nobody has rehearsed. A backup nobody has restored. Is not yet a capability. It is a hope written down on papers. These are the questions that separate the prepared from the merely compliant. The third shift is treating trust as the outcome by which we judge ourselves. Not the number of policies we hold, not the firewalls we have bought, but whatever citizens and businesses genuinely believe the systems they depend on are safe, reliable, and accountable. Trust is not an intangible. It has economic value. It's why a citizen adopts a public or a digital public service, why a business commits capital to digital platform, why an investor backs our markets with confidence rather than with caution. So that is the importance of trust. And because of trust, once lost, it's far costlier to rebuild than to protect in the first place. Safeguarding it is not a defensive expense. It is an investment in the credibility of our entire digital economy. There's sometimes a temptation to frame our choice as one between security and innovation. To me, that is wrong. The real choice is between innovation that is trusted and an innovation that is fragile. Between growth that compounds over years and growth that can be halted by a single avoidable shock. Security, properly understood, is not the tax we pay for innovation. It is one of the conditions that makes innovation sustainable, which is why the principle I would leave with this conference is simple. Build security in, do not bolt it on. Whether we are building a payments platform, a digital identity system, or deploying artificial intelligence in public services, security, privacy, and responsible governance belong in the design from the very first day, not the review that follows after something has gone wrong. Now, let's look at from the national context. As this inaugural conference opens, perhaps its most useful outcome would be a shared national compact built on three commitments. One, that we will not let institutional boundaries become gaps through which risk travels. And two, that we will judge our preparedness not by our ability to prevent every incident, but by our ability to withstand, recover, and learn from the ones we cannot prevent. And finally, that we will not measure our digital transformation ultimately by whether Ugandans trust it enough to build their own futures upon it. So that's how we measure our digital transformation. So Uganda's digital future will not be secured by technology, regulations, or investment alone. It will be secured by institutions, systems, and people choosing deliberately and repeatedly to work together. Let us secure by design, collaborate across boundaries, and build resilience before the crisis arrives. So that when disruption comes, as it will, we can absorb it, we recover, and we emerge stronger. This collective responsibility must begin with the leadership. Cybersecurity is no longer solely the responsibility of ICT departments. It is a boardroom issue, an executive leadership responsibility, and increasingly a matter of national policy. Every leader represented here has a duty to ensure that cybersecurity is firmly embedded in the governance frameworks, investment decisions, and organizational culture. As I conclude, I want to congratulate the Uganda Communications Commission and all the partners once again for convening this inaugural conference, and I wish you very fruitful deliberations, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Allow me request that we give the governor another resounding applause. So this morning when he walked in, he asked me, he said, with all these techies here, why me? I said, we needed somebody, non-techie, to talk to us. And there was no better choice than you, Dr. Michael Etigego. Because you know, MCs have a habit of the highlights. Here I'm going to say, let those who have ears do it. And I hope you heard. Allow me to invite the Executive Director, UCC, and our keynote speaker to come and receive. Like I said, having been a keynote speaker at the inaugural, you have to receive this. Let's appreciate our keynote speaker. The keynote was loaded, and like I said, I will not belabor highlight. But the beauty is if you missed something, this is live on YouTube. You can go back and replay. But it's also live on NBS. So I hope all of us who are here got clearance. Yeah, just in case they see you on TV and they're like, but you were somewhere else. I said, no, I was not. So just to make sure, double check that your clearances are done. So it's live on NBS as well as Channel 44. And as well as on the X handle. And like I said, we want to have the conversations. And the best way to do this is to now go into our first plenary. And I will invite Christine Mujimba, who is the Director of ICT Regulation, as well as Johnson Tumsime from NITAU, to come up front, and they're going to give us, we're going to look at the state of cybersecurity in Uganda, threats, readiness, and priority risks, including child online protection. They will make their introductory remarks, and after that, we'll engage in a panel conversation. You must be wondering, this is a bit strange from the national conferences. Yeah, this is 2026. So Christine, please make your way here, and shortly after, we'll invite Johnson to make his way here as well. Let's put our hands together for Christine as she makes her way.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'll take this opportunity to share with us what UCC is seeing in terms of the state of cybersecurity in Uganda. And the presentation is going to be based on the different sources we get from a global perspective, but also as an institution. You heard from the remarks of the Executive Director that we have a SAT, a Computer Emergency Response Teams, and they are on a daily basis proactively monitoring the landscape, pulling different cyber threat intelligence information that informs what our posture is as a communication sector. And Okay, so we'll start the ball rolling. Hope that slide's moving, yeah. So as we have heard, the threat landscape is evolving faster than our preparedness, and we shall shortly see that. We see that there's a lot of attack activity that remains persistent, and this is increasingly targeting end-user devices. We'll see the numbers, but moving away from the network and going to the connections at the end-user points, targeting identity and exposed services. We have heard from the keynote address and also from the remarks of the ED that there are enabling frameworks already in the country and different CERT capabilities. I believe the financial sector has one, communication sector has one, security. There are a number of standards, laboratories that help us, but yet we'll see later that our rating as a communication sector remains in the basic. Yeah, there are different tiers, basic, medium, and high, but we are still trending at the foundational level. We also note that leadership, we have heard this and we'll keep singing this song, that it starts at the top. Cybersecurity is a leadership priority, and it has been demonstrated by us being here. So cybersecurity must be governed from the perspective of national service resilience and public trust, and I think the keynote did a good job in speaking to that. So what are the numbers telling us? We have 47.5 million active mobile subscriptions as of March 2026. So these are people who are actively on the network within 90 days. They either send a text, make a call, revenue generating, 47.5 million. In terms of mobile internet, 18.9 million. Mobile money subscriptions, this is also information that the Bank of Uganda releases, 36.7 million, and smartphones, 20.3. So this tells you the activity that is happening. Even right now, I see heads bent, typing, and generating a lot of information. This does not even count for the smart watches you're wearing, IoT devices, and all that. So all this is complicating and bringing opportunity, but at the same time, bringing in a number of issues. And we see that this infrastructure is supporting different e-government services. We have heard about the financial transaction, e-learning right now, and the like. Plus, this network is not only domiciled here. Right now, as I speak, some of you may be communicating with someone else in another part of the country. And so, as this digital access brings opportunities, we are also seeing risks from cyber incidents, fraud, and data breach. Now, sometimes when you talk about risk, we get scared. But you know, this morning, you set out to come here, and there was a risk that you could be late. Yes or no? Yeah, there was a high risk that you could be late. There would be a traffic jam. Just the knowledge of that risk, make sure that you plan, you're prepared, so that if the risk materializes, you're here on time, you don't miss the keynote address. And there is a high probability that it might. So that same thing is happening, that because of this interconnectedness, there is a greater risk of cyber incidents, fraud, and data breaches. And I think some of us have got, I'm sure, I don't know if the ED has ever been called by a fraudster telling them that I'm the ED of UCC and I'm going to switch off your phone if you do not, if you do not register it. So it boils down to that. But what are we saying? That these things do not start in this room or in your home. It starts from the global pressures that are happening. Just by the fact that there is a war currently happening that we thought should have ended by now. We know the war in the Middle East and all that. Activists like such things. Yeah, that is the opportunity for them to send attacks and all that. And while you're going about your business, before you know it, there's a threat on a government service, on a Ugandan service. Why? Because Uganda is an ally to one of the actors in the war. So this global pressure comes sometimes through such issues, geopolitics. Faster, it is automated, even in the security side of things. AI is being used. Those of us who were following the war and the missiles that were pounding in Iran, you may have seen the display of technology. And actually, they use such circumstances to test technology. Even during games, Olympic Games, global events, that is where technology companies actually test all this. So we have that global pressure coming, and then it cascades and arrives in Uganda, where we have the digital growth, as we have seen in the numbers, and then on to the sector. We are seeing improvement in some areas, and we'll go to that. We'll see what are we doing, how ready are we, how prepared are we, how resilient are we? The governor of Bank of Uganda made an important point that it's one thing to have the laws, the frameworks, but have they been tested? For example, right now we are at the Sheraton, and maybe they ticked the boxes that we have a fire escape route. I hope you know where that is. If you don't know, look for the symbols on the door, the green symbols. But for it to be tested today is if an alarm goes off, where will we run? Yeah? So before that, everything is working okay. Don't worry, there will be no fire. Hopefully, there will be no fire. So protection. Now, the other piece that we are seeing, and this borders on trust, that as we bring all those numbers that we saw, 47.5, and even though we don't have yet the numbers to be with children, because these are masked in the registrations, when you register a SIM for your child, it's registered in your name. So the network operators may not be able to tell that this is a child, but they are in now that trust that when our children go online, they are not being affected by interaction and the action that we need. So globally, we see that ransomware, this is malware that may come and be implanted in our ecosystem communication networks, and remains a major global threat, and this is a business, yeah? People hijack your network, they encrypt it, and they ask you to give them money in exchange. And this is often not reported because of reputational risk, but actually, there are insurance companies making money in this area. Companies have had to part with money, yeah, for this. So this is one of the threats that we see globally and is reported in different reports. Telecommunications networks continue to be targeted by attackers looking to gather information or disrupt services. There's a lot of data that is packed on our telecom networks, and also when you go in the cloud, and so data is oil, there's always activity there happening. Hackers quickly exploit weaknesses that are there in internet-connected services. So if your systems are not patched, they are not up to date, just like if you use a road that has potholes and you're being trailed by a robber, they will lead you down a path. And I'm seeing someone from the police looking at me like, I hope, let me check your facts, yeah, your intelligence. But yeah, they'll lead you down a Maram Road path where, you know, there are potholes, bushes, and corner you will. So the same thing happens with these hackers. They are sniffling and scanning and saying where are the gaps, where are the weaknesses. And what we think is simple, and maybe this is speaking to the leaders, when your IT people are asking you to give them a budget to patch up and all that, it seems simplistic, and you may deprioritize that over a conference in Munyonyo on something, but while you're at the conference in Munyonyo, down goes your system. So issues like daily patches, like patching up of photos, then become important. Large-scale service disruption, attacks are becoming more common and automated, making them harder. So of course, as we digitize, automation is good. It brings efficiencies and productivities, but at the same time, fraudsters also want to make use of the same technology. Microsoft reported in terms of AI in March 2026 that there were hackers that made use of AI to send targeting phishing attempts to executives in different languages. So they just use the same AI capabilities of being able to have different languages, and they target the different CEOs. So AI is also helping criminals create more convincing scams, and you can easily be personated. How many of you have received emails saying, we do these phishing tests back at the commission, where you mimic a message from Director of Finance saying, you know, you have a salary advance in your inbox. I do not want to declare the results, yeah? But there is a high probability that you quickly click the what? The link, yeah? Because who doesn't want to receive money on any day? So social engineering and all that, they really use the day-to-day basic things that we are gullible with when they attack us. On Uganda's side, and we'll go deeper later, I see I have 4 minutes. I've looked at the clock, so let me get the slides moving. We mentioned that, Edie mentioned that we are basic. So there are different categories. Right now, we sit at 585 in terms of the tools that we use. And this is not good at all. It's nothing to report home about, but that is where we are. When you know how to pull up your socks. Those of us who are in schools where they'll write on your report card, pull out your socks. This is where we have to pull up so that at least we can get to medium level. We have seen a decline in botnets, which is good. Yeah, these are networks which are used maliciously, and they are rapidly for spreading malicious activity remotely. At least there's a decline in that. But what we are seeing of negative 16, that's a decrease, 16.4 decline compared to previous years, as you can see in that graph. But on the other side, we are seeing that there is an increase in potentially exploited devices. And this is especially, like I said earlier, the endpoint and application side. So that is something that we need to pay attention to, that even as networks improve internally, on the endpoint, there is now an increase. And I guess it also speaks to what we are doing in improving our networks. I'm seeing I have little time. Credential compromise. Those are the numbers, 713,235 compromised credentials were identified in the last 12 months. Info-stealer credentials, leaked email records, high-risk personal exposed end-user devices, and so on and so forth. So you find that credentials, your credentials that enable you to access your systems, these are exposed somewhere and someone can use them. And this is not very good. So we have to see internally on our networks, how are you managing your credentials and passwords? Because these are the ones that people sell, yeah, in the dark web, and before you know it, someone has had access to your network. Where we have what is called the Global Cyber Security Index Readiness. This report has been produced by the International Telecommunications Union since 2015. It's of 2024. They haven't released a new rate yet, and there are 5 tiers. Uganda right now is sitting at tier 3, with our neighbors doing slightly better than us, as you will see there. We'll see later. But where we need a lot of enhancement, you can see the scores, is in terms of our data development, capacity development there. We need a big leap to get to the 20 score. So we need to develop our capacities here, but in there lies what we are talking about, the do's and exercising, testing our own processes, because we may have invested in having capabilities, recruiting the cybersecurity experts and all that, but have you tested to ensure that you're resilient should something happen, as well as the national talent pipeline? I talked about our neighbors. They are all in tier 1. That is the highest step of the tier. Uganda is at tier 3, so we have to do a lot to ensure that we are improving the different areas, and those are areas of our legal frameworks, our organizational capabilities, and our technical measures, to mention that a few. The ED talked about the SAT, so I will not repeat that. I see I'm down to 28 seconds. But as we continue this conversation, we should always remember people, processes, technologies, and governance must all mature together, yeah? And those all pieces should work together. So even as you put the governance right, you have the technological tools. Are your processes enabling you to respond to incidents, to do the risk management. What about the people? And when I talk about people, we are not just talking about the cyber experts, but the day-to-day people who are not in the tech, the HR, the legal persons. Do they know their interactions with the systems and the impact it has on the cybersecurity posture? Okay, we identified such 5 risks that we propose to leaders to form part of the leadership agenda: endpoint and mobile compromise. So whatever is an endpoint, if you don't know and you're a leader here, you tell your tech people to show cause why they're being paid salaries. They will describe to you what the endpoints on the networks. Identity and social engineering is one of the risks. Critical service disruption, digital finance systems and ecosystem exposure. We have a lab where we do tests on some of these apps, and we have found a number of vulnerabilities here. And there's another risk now of our future generation, child online safety, that we have to start thinking about for resilience and sustainability, because we don't want a Uganda that will only be with machines, yeah? And maybe just a few highlights. UCC did a survey around the COVID period, and at that time, and of course these numbers may have increased, 1 in 5 of the school-going children, this is ages 6 to 17, say they had seen an explicit image online. And actually, when you looked at the details of boys versus girls, boys seemed to be okay with it, yeah? Like seeing pornographic content was not really such as a threat like girls. 85.3% did not contact parents about online issues. They tended to contact each other, their peers. So even as we sit in this room and we are talking about the gadgets, the endpoints, there are people behind that, but they are children and they are not talking to us. They are asking themselves, what do we have to do about it, even when you talk about cybersecurity resilience? 76.8% of parents who are not involved in their children's online activity. Maybe apart from buying the gadget, that's where we stop. So we also have to start bringing these pieces to the conversation. Those are some of the things we are seeing: cyberbullying, online grooming, harmful content, scams and privacy law, misinformation. And so child online protection should also come into the whole discussion as we talk about collaboration, resilience, and trust. And maybe when we have security by design for children, that may be even more sustainable and resilient. We have reporting channels here that you can reach us at when it comes to some of the cybersecurity threats. And the leadership ask today is continue to own material cyber risk at executive level, board level, and now we are speaking national level. So this should be a standing agenda item, yeah? I suppose when executive sits, when people sit, what is the cybersecurity? What are we being told? Are we ready? We learned from COVID the importance of resilience. Fund continuous monitoring. Cyber security is as important as proactiveness, continuous. We have all seen what it means when a road is left unmaintained for years and suddenly there is a wake-up call. It has gone too bad, the draining is too bad, you have to compensate more and all. So the regular consistency in doing this thing has to be done. So there should not be a year where certain things are deleted off your budgets, yeah, as executives. Enforce minimum controls and time-bound remediation, but even as we talk about enforcement, test them, see if things are working. Do drills within the institution and at national level, yeah, the point is there. Exercise, cross-sector coordination, and public communication. How do you communicate in case of an incident? And lastly, let's build a national side online protection system. This way, we'll know that we can secure a digital transformation, which depends on collaboration, resilience, and trust. Thank you.
Can we give Christine another round of applause? So we're beginning to see where we are at, and allow me welcome Afande Andrew Mubiru. Thank you for coming. Johnson will come and give us, from the National IT Authority perspective, Then my brother Andrew will come and make his remarks from the security perspective from police. I was not aware of that, but details. So let's welcome Johnson. Johnson, please come.
Very good morning, everyone. The Governor, Bank of Uganda, our host, EDUCC, the Board of Management of UCC, all protocol observed. My name is Johnson Tumsime, and I'm going to be presenting on the state of the cybersecurity in Uganda from the context of NITA. Can I have the pointer? So I'll quickly run through. I see I have about 15 minutes, but on a nutshell, NITA is an authority that was established in 2009 under the NITA-U Act, and we are under the Ministry of ICT, just like UCC. Our vision is to transform citizens' lives through delivery of e-services. And from this, we do a lot of national coordination around ICT standards, digital infrastructure, and information security. In terms of strategic targets, these are some of our strategic targets as NITA, and our focus is mainly to ensure that we deliver infrastructure and promote service delivery, trust, and digital transformation. Most of these things are basically what our mother ministry targets. Digital transformation, and this is achieved through infrastructure development of e-services, cybersecurity, where trust comes in, and digital transformation. Some of the key pillars for NITA in terms of service deliveries, we have infrastructure, creating an IT-enabled environment through creating cyber laws, regulation of ICT, policies, certification, and compliance. We also do a lot around capacity building. Here we're doing a lot around BPOs, innovation hubs. Information security, we've come up with the National Information Security Framework. We coordinate the National Information Security Advisory Group, and also have a SAT where we do a lot of support, just like UCC. We also do a lot of automation, where we do business process engineering and government services and application. So on the information security perspective, which is the directorate where I come from, we offer a number of services where we do information, national security, incident management, security audits for government institutions, vulnerability assessments, threat intelligence, and research. So I just wanted to do that preamble for us to have context. But in terms of today's discussion, the state in one picture is summarized like in the presentation. What we have currently, just like my predecessor mentioned, the threats are actually increasingly growing. We have more threats than we used to have maybe 5 years ago. When it comes to readiness, as a sector, the foundations exist. I'm going to explain some of these things. But implementation remains uneven. Most of these things are attributed to the fact that we have uneven budgets across different sectors, different skill sets. But the risks still remains, because we are not moving as fast as the digitization gap is. Okay? So, in terms of the perspective of the digital attack surface for Uganda, these figures have already been presented here, but I'll just speak through it. As we digitize more, as our citizens get online through all these different services, as you can see there, emails, communication services, data center services, these opportunities also create they increase the risk of exposure for these hackers. So as we digitize, we also create opportunities for attackers to exploit these technologies and services. So as we increase the mobile subscribers, as we increase the internet users, as we get more uptake of smartphones in the country, the risk also essentially grows. So the EDUCC, the Governor Bank of Uganda, mentioned some of these things. I won't really repeat them. But from the Ugandan perspective, this is what we see. These are the commonest threats out there, the ransomware attacks. But key to note in these discussions as we've been having is the issue on artificial intelligence. We have tried to put so many measures around most of these things, phishing, data breaches, but the artificial intelligence discussion becomes more prominent. One of the key reasons is because it's something that we do not understand. I would like to bring out a case study which the governor actually mentioned that actually happened. This is the case study on OpenAI, where an AI model that was being tested in a controlled environment managed to breach the environment and went on to, given the commands it was given, it was able to bypass because it is smart enough to identify what the vulnerabilities are. The governor spoke to it. This happened around July this year, but it was able to get out of the sandbox. The sandbox is a controlled environment where we do this AI testing, but it was able to identify a new day vulnerability, bypass it, and go and exploit another system where it was able to predict, to self-impose its own results to the researchers. But of course, this was controlled, but it was reported as something that has happened. Now, what is the lesson for Uganda on this? AI governance is the key, is the way to go. We need to find a way of governing it. There's just some concept I've been reading this morning around the fact that they've even gone ahead and created viruses with AI. Now, to create a virus, you're going into the smallest microorganism, like a DNA. So they're now using AI to create what? DNAs. The most complicated thing about AI is that it doesn't use the normal algorithms that we used to use in coding, where you have the if-else statements. You say if the condition is this, then this comes out. For it, it's input. You input data. It does its own understanding of the data. It remains on the data. Then it gives you what? An output. We have no clue of what happens in between the input and the output. So it gets more complicated. The only way we can do it is to have more AI governance, build secure environments, and strong resilience that we must do together. I saw a strong communication from the ED on collaboration. So where are we today? Yesterday's hackers focused more on attacking systems and people. However, now it's about attacking the ecosystem. So they look at the people, the processes, the data, and the infrastructure. It's not about just attacking one system. They can come to you in so many ways, okay? So where Uganda is exposed, we're exposed as a people based on our behaviors. What do we do? Through things like social engineering. We're exposed on our identity through how much we share, which exposes our identity. We're exposed on our systems, if we're using systems that are legacy or systems that are not patched. We're exposed in our supply chain. How do we interact with third-party organizations or softwares that we work with? Then, of course, there's a lot of exposure around data loss or misuse or exposure or privacy harm. So these are all the common areas that we see for Uganda, and the common outcomes are disruption, financial loss, data loss, reputational harm, and loss of public trust. So in the context of the National IT Authority, we know that we have built the foundations. We have the regulatory frameworks. We've done the laws. The cyber laws are in place. Data protection and privacy law is in place. We have the Electronic Transaction Act. We have the consumer safety laws. And on a national direction, we've established the frameworks, the security standards, the different toolkits. UCC has just been talking about some of the standards and guidelines they've just released. So from a foundational perspective, we have done the basics. And Uganda was one of the first. I think before COVID, our cybersecurity index was really up there because we had actually enacted some of these foundations. What we need now is to build towards skills and awareness of these threats, awareness of these technologies, and how they do expose us. So in terms of maturity, where we have high maturity is where we have structured programs, and we see this happening in organizations that actually have capacity to implement some of these things. However, we also have where we have developing maturities where some controls are in place, but there are gaps. But we also have limited maturity. Now, this cuts across both private and public sector. Where the weakness is, cybersecurity issues will not differentiate between a weak MDA or a weak government entity or weak private. They just come for you. So our biggest bottlenecks would be in where our weakest links are. So for instance, if NITA, UCC, or maybe the ICT sector is all protected, but the people offering services, like in the health sector, are not protected, that becomes our biggest problem. And we can only close this by collaborating. So you will allow me try and rush through most of these things. What remains key is the human factor when it comes to cybersecurity. It is whereas we can implement a number of controls technologically even through processes, if we can't control how we behave, and for us it's not just behavior as government, but behavior as citizens. The services we provide are targeting the citizens. And your misuse also compromises our systems on this other side. So we have to do a lot of awareness on how you behave while you interact with these different systems. That's what they exploit. Now, there's a concept on child online protection. Why this has actually become very eminent these days is because it has become one of the most sought out way of exploiting these innocent young ones. For a child, the cybersecurity incident is not about the compromise of their device. It's about their dignity, their safety, and their well-being. So this can only be achieved through a consolidated effort from all of us. That means regulators, parents, guardians, schools, law enforcement. The good thing we are all in this room. If we want to protect our children, we must all consolidate our efforts into this endeavor. And technology alone will not be able to solve this problem. Okay? The statistics on the child online protection, the exposure, have been read out, and we don't dispute those numbers. But for us, it's about collaboration, which is the key call for everyone who has been here today. So what do we see as the priority cyber security risks for Uganda? One is the attack against critical and essential services. This is common. It's been happening across countries in Africa. Most of the commonest attack around ransomware attacks actually targets most of these critical service providers or information infrastructure because that's where the money is. Then ransomware attacks, then the digital fraud and identity compromise. We have the data breaches and privacy risks. We have the supply chain and third-party compromise. We have the online harm that is actually affecting the children. One of the reasons why the children are key is because they are innocent, so they do not have this knowledge. For them, someone asking them to share an image is like, they don't see the harm in it. I was reading somewhere, and one of the most expensive type of, should I call it, sexual content online is actually sextortion, and it's about the ages. If the younger the age, the more expensive that content is. So those people are actually making a lot more money from these, and that's why they exploit the children. And of course, lastly is AI-enabled cybercrime, misinformation, and impersonation. This is where we have all the issues to do with the deepfakes. So this is what we see in terms of where our priority risks as a country are. So what must we change? We must change We must move away from reactive defense to continuous resilience. We must build our compliance exercises. We must increase child internet access by creating safe digital participation. This can be done in collaboration with all our partners here, including the academia. So for me, the 5 national priorities are: 1, collaboration, which has been heavily mentioned; build resilience through protecting critical services, and resilience is built through the fact that we can protect them and we can also recover them in case they do what? They go down. Strengthen trust, develop capabilities through skills and capacity, and then protect the people and the citizens through awarenesses and providing them safeguards on how they can do their work online. So cybersecurity has to be built with everyone together. So governments, industry, academia, civil society, and the citizens. We must collaborate. This is the message that has actually come out extensively here. The ED, UCC mentioned it. The ED, the Governor Bank of Uganda called for collaboration, and that is how we win this threat. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we begin to bring this to a close. Allow me to invite Andrew to come and speak to us from the police perspective. And after that, I will invite the 3 here for a short conversation with the audience as well. So let me invite Andrew to come and speak to us.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests for this inaugural conference. To our guest of honor, thank you very much for inviting me to the Honorable from the UCC. My name is Andrew Chizimula Mobiro. I am here just to echo what Nita has already said. My presentation will not differ by much from what the previous speakers have said, but just to give you a little bit of a perspective from the side of law enforcement. I will not cover anything different from what the previous speakers have mentioned, but I just have an addition here on issues of cyber diplomacy as well, that I think we should be cognizant of. So I have just a few minutes. I'll try to run through very fast. So the attack surface has already been mentioned by the previous speakers. It is growing and it's increasing at a very fast rate. I have already seen the numbers which were presented by UCC and NITA already here. And that attack surface, if we compare, somebody once told me, I was in Thailand, and I was interfacing with one of the lead providers of cybersecurity solutions. And they say that most of the African countries are as good as a glass house with curtains. That was the notion that he gave me. That from what they can see about the African continent and how we deal with our things, is that we are a very beautiful glass house with curtains. So you know what happens when the curtains are removed. So Governor, I can tell you we are not in a very good space. But this is where we are. The attack surface is increasing. We have a national cybersecurity strategy, and it is being implemented as well. So our pressure points are very clear. The financial sector. This is what we are saying. So, Honorable, from the side of UCC, everybody is looking at the money. Where is the money? I checked the other day that actually I can be able to procure an exploit for $400, and that exploit is able to earn me a good billions from Bank of Uganda if I know where to deploy it. So, the compromise also is from within. The insider threat is real. So the insider threat for me is the bigger problem, as much as we may talk about all this AI and so many things. But this has not spared the government critical infrastructure. As we build the oil refineries, as we go digital in government services, we are likely to expose our public sector to more of this threat. Of course, the supply chains have already been mentioned, and also the citizens and their small businesses. Many of them are suffering from this. So business email compromise, I think, has been flashed here already, is one of the areas where most businesses are losing money. So they do business with their counterparts abroad, but when their emails are compromised, they lose quite a lot of money. And these are the cases we continuously are called on to see. But our supply chains, how I wish Uganda had its own innovation with regard to most of these solutions. But we are just growing into this market. And Michael, I think you have done your own stint of moving around this globe. I can tell you we are falling behind. Now, they talk about AI most of the time and say, yes, we need to govern AI, but I don't know where we stand. I still feel the boat left the shore a long time ago. We need to get some canoes and catch up with the big ships ahead of us. So this issue of supply chains, as you saw in the Middle East, a country was attacked by compromising its supply chain. Uganda is not any different from this. So most of the solutions that we do use in this country are imported, and we are not any better than some of these other countries which have had those threats coming their way. Now, we have laid a good foundation, and the foundation has been talked about. UCC has spoken to the foundation. NITA is talking to the foundation that you have got good legislation. You have got everything. We are currently third with regard to the National Cybersecurity Index. We are very strong on the ITU Global Cybersecurity Index, and I think, yes, we may be tier 3, but we are stronger than some other countries. But we still have some serious gaps. People are not reporting incidents. Nobody is reporting incidents. Actually, from the banking sector, we receive just the incidents when the situation has gone out of hand. And also the regulations that are there. We need to harmonize across board. So I would want to see a harmonized approach to some of these cybersecurity threats that we are seeing. Different sectors approach the problem differently. There are those who would want to run to UCC, others want to run to NITA, others don't bother to talk to the police, and others would like to hire their own private honchos from other countries to deal with the problem, and then inform Uganda later that, hey, by the way, for us, we finished long time ago. So we need to harmonize. The foundation is there, but there is need to harmonize. And when we talk about the law and diplomacy, so because we are increasingly seeing that the cyberspace is where countries must now expose their responsibilities, it is important that we also begin talking to our colleagues in other jurisdictions. So the cyber attacks which are happening in Uganda could have easily come from another jurisdiction. Recently, we had an incident that happened in our neighboring country in Rwanda, where one of the banks was attacked. And the attack was orchestrated by individuals into that financial sector. Funds were sent over to the Ugandan jurisdiction and removed in Uganda. Now, if your neighbor construes that this attack would equate to a kinetic action, you are in trouble. I'll give you an example. If you have your home and you have all these fancy fences and everything, but your neighbor decides to keep a big bush, and then in the big bush, snakes keep on coming up and coming to your area, at a certain point, you may think this person is doing it deliberately. So, a cybersecurity exposure may actually turn out to be a national security risk. So, whereas we may be trading on our platforms, MTN, Airtel, and other small enterprises, but if it begins affecting our neighbors, which means we are keeping a big bush, it could become a problem. So, Uganda is already a signatory to the UN Convention on Cybercrime, which was launched in Hanoi last year, 2025. We are yet to do local ratification, which means looking at our laws again. We still have an issue with the Malabo Convention. We need to have it domesticated within our laws. But this matters for us in the forensics. Why? Because these tools, when they are ratified, enable us to be able to engage our global partners with regard to getting more advanced tools. Currently, we are struggling with our digital forensics and our computer forensics tools to be enhanced, because some of the solution providers globally would ask you, did you ratify the Malabo Convention? And Uganda has not. So this is something we are going to take up with the leadership. I have, unfortunately, I came in late. I was having an interface with my minister, and one of the issues we were discussing was matters of national security, and to which I pointed to him that I'm going for the National Cybersecurity Conference, but it is important that at a national security level, we need to begin discussing matters of cyber security. So the NISAG that I talked about earlier, which is domiciled within the NITA, we need to now bring it up front and maybe upgrade it so that we bring in components which have been talked about by UCC, so that now we can advise our leadership to begin looking at nuanced areas to deal with these matters of cybersecurity. So moving forward, for me, from where I stand, within the next 12 months, really, we need to move faster on matters of financial fraud. This is running so quickly, especially in the mobile money area. We were just having a light moment with the governor here on the table and the ED, and we were saying that as Madam was presenting the issues, or somebody calls you and says, have you registered your SIM card? Now people have gone ahead, they even want to take your money from your phone. And you know, we are all dealing digitally. I think it's a good world when you can be able to transact digitally. I think nobody can deny that. But the nefarious actors are also standing by, ready to take action. So our critical infrastructure in government, we hold very important records. We now have our driving permits, we have our national ID, we have so many things. The other day we were discussing about having a digital identity for all citizens. I think these are areas we need to move forward on, but also to be able to safeguard them and defend these particular targets. Our supply chains and our global exposure, we need to think about it. We need to think about local developments in order to mitigate some of these vulnerabilities. Now, the other one that, for me, I am seeing as a bigger problem, and some people in this room have suffered, the disinformation. Nowadays, people can even get your identity and manipulate it. They can manipulate your voice. They can manipulate anything about you. So, in other words, our digital identity is at risk. Somebody talked about securing our children online. There is something else that we need to be careful about. Not only do we need to secure our children online, but even our own credentials. We are now going into the quantum age of computing. I think you are quite aware of that. And I don't know how quantum secure our own credentials are. And nobody's talking about this. So we need to really think about this, especially the issues of for children. NITA has already presented this, and I'll not delve much on this, but this is from the new vision. Cyber stalking, cyber bullying. Our children are increasingly being exposed to some of these risks. But there is little we can do unless we unify our laws and we dedicate our children to the awareness that we're talking about. We need also to create local channels in order to report some of these incidents. I don't know how many children, where there's a hotline where they can report and say there is this issue going on. An incident happened in Sweden where children were being compromised to actually go and target adults and kill them. So children would be enticed with little monies, go attack individual X, kill that person. Now remember, a child is not per se criminally liable within the laws of Uganda below a certain age. So a child of 12 years can easily go and stab somebody to death just because he has been confused online. But if that happened in our area, I would be very worried what could happen with what we are saying. So these are the numbers we receive whenever we do our work, about 833 cases. This is up from just a mere 129 that we were receiving in 2019. The numbers are increasing. We are having so much work to do, and this is all because we are in this fancy glass house with very nice curtains. So, as the previous speaker pointed out, collaboration is important. We need to collaborate. We need to build the resilience. We need to build the trust, both within ourselves, government actors, but also within the public. We need to be able to close the gaps. We need to extend the regulation just beyond finance, because what is happening is that in the financial sector, there are a lot of regulations. Bank of Uganda is leading the way. But in other areas, you don't see much of this regulation coming through. So we need to be able to guard against so many of these areas. We need to ratify the existing legislations that we need to bring up on board in order to be in consonance with the global infrastructure, and also to improve our responsiveness in the cyberspace. So mine is just to raise the flag. I sit in a desk where I only receive the complaints and have to do the work and just take criminals to court. But the criminals are running circles around us, and with the onboarding of AI, I think they're about to close the windows. So this glass house with the very nice fancy curtains, Governor, ED, I think we need to begin building some brick walls around that fancy house. Thank you very much.
Can we give Andrew Christine Johnson? I would like to invite the three back. Andrew, please come and take your seat. Christine and Johnson. Feel free to sit where you're comfortable so that I'm not liable for your discomfort. But wherever you sit, I will stay here. So the three are choosing one spot. The beauty is that we are digitally connected, so focus on the three. I'm not as critical. So I have one question, and then I'll have three questions from the audience. You've all talked about collaboration. Now, I'm going to give you 1 minute to talk amongst yourselves and then tell us what does collaboration actually mean when we move from here. Everybody has talked about we need to collaborate. We need to collaborate. And I think you're all Ugandans, last time I checked. How do we collaborate in real terms? I don't know who wants to take it from here. I think the governor talked about let's break the barriers, let's break the silos that we are boxed in these institutions. I see they are all thinking. DJ some music? Andrew, you want to take it first? How do we collaborate in real terms?
How do we collaborate? I think when you're in the middle of a fight, it's very difficult most of the time to see what your colleague is doing if you're in the middle of a fight. But this kind of fight is one that requires for us to be in sync. So collaboration is something that is all the way from the bottom up. So we need the public. We need the trust of the public, for them to trust that when we say that get your devices. The other day, UCC was communicating and saying, please stop using unlawful devices. And people are saying, but why? Why do we have to buy the licensed devices that you're talking about? Because somebody may not figure it out from that perspective. He thinks that UCC is coming at us just because, they have an ulterior motive. But we are trying to say, look, we need to secure our entire environment. When NITAU comes up with a strategy and says, if you are buying electronic devices or servers, please look at this list, or make sure you submit your manifest to us so that we can look at the vulnerabilities and be able to guide you. Somebody says, no, that is a little bit of too much. So there is that level of trust that we need at that level from the public. Now, when you come to the actors, the actors, we all have our mandates. Of course, we have always had a challenge with mandatism. Say the Constitution says that police is the one that is required to prevent and detect crime according to the Constitution, Article 211. Then before you know it, UCC will say, ours is to manage all the communication. NITAU will say, ours is to make sure that all the IT infrastructure is secured in the country. So there are those gray zones. So collaborating means that we have to reach out across the aisle. And something like this is the conference we have been waiting for many years. And this is the start of that collaboration we are talking about. That once we sit in a room and once we get all the actors together, then we can begin saying where are the gaps, because we all know that the platform has been laid, the legal framework is there, but now that with the sitting together of all the actors, we can now begin bringing even other actors that we have not thought about. For example, foreign affairs, as I talked about digital diplomacy. We can begin bringing other persons that we have not thought about. So the collaboration is a continuous effort, it is a deliberate effort, and I am glad that we are part of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Christine, and then Johnson.
Thank you very much. The way I see collaboration is amplifying the same message across board. So if we are all saying that cyber resilience is important and trust, as we run campaigns, if it's coming from the financial sector, if it's coming from security, communication and industry provider, and SME, we should be able to amplify that message because it's the same, and not have to baptize it, like he said, with mandates and all those things, yeah? Where it's down to the security. So collaboration is seen in how we can come together to have joint campaigns over different issues, and understanding that what Afande Andrew receives in the digital forensics is an outcome of, let's say, the laws that have been put in place and what we are doing. So let's amplify each other's messages, even as leaders. So I look forward to a time where there is a space where leaders are saying this month or this week. We have actually October. October is the month for cybersecurity and all that, but will we all be amplifying a similar message or not? So leveraging those platforms together to be able to amplify the message and move together. If there is a decision that is happening in the cabinet, in parliament over cybersecurity, instead of first entering our single houses when we have been told we are seen as one glass building with no calendars, how do we enter in? The last piece is we can only know how good we are at collaboration if we test. Yeah? In other jurisdictions, they have what they call tabletop exercises where you bring executives in a room and you paint a scenario in terms of, if, say, an incident happened right now, whom do you communicate to? So if we can move to that level where we have these executives take off time in rooms, the different ecosystem, whether it's judiciary.
Let's recognize the arrival of our Honorable Minister of State for ICT, Honorable Joyce Sebugwao. Honorable, you're very welcome, and we thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to be with us. I will briefly share with you what we've gone through as you settle in. The morning session really focused on, we had a keynote presentation from the Governor Bank of Uganda, who ably discussed the theme and humbled us with the key aspects that we need to pay attention to from a national perspective. We've now had presentations from 3 agencies of government, UCC, National IT Authority, and Uganda Police. And as you walked in, we were discussing a critical aspect of collaboration. So with your permission, I will continue and conclude this panel conversation, and then we'll get back to your speech, Honorable Minister. So Christine, if you can conclude, and then Johnson.
Conclude on the issue of testing this, because when we test, then we'll be able to know if we are good at information sharing, where the information is coming from, how fast it goes, and how good we are at incident responding. Finally, is collaborating in funding. Cybersecurity investments are very expensive, and small, medium enterprises may not be able to afford some of the tools and technologies. So we have to move towards, for example, having security as a service, even as government. Can government design security, cybersecurity as a service? in implementing, for example, the information security framework, where small SMEs can be able to plug in at minimal cost so that we do not have to run around buying these solutions, but also it will speak to what AGP Andrew Mwiru talked about software. We are depending a lot on other softwares, but if we have already solutions that have been scanned and seen to be upholding standards that are good on information security, then we can leverage that software.
Thank you. You touched on something that is critical, mandate. Once upon a time, I worked in government, Makerere. And every time you walk across from one faculty to the other, they would ask you, that mandate thing comes through. And sometimes I feel mandate is access to budget. But Johnson, how do we collaborate well aware of mandate?
Thank you, Michael. For me, everything Andrew has said and Christine is true. I'll just start from there.
Okay.
That's how we collaborate. But in simple terms, for me, collaboration is the first recognition that we cannot win this cybersecurity thing independently. NITA can't achieve what we want in the cybersecurity space on our own. So once we recognize that we have that weakness as individuals, as citizens, as government entities, as private sector, we move on to acceptance that we need each other to be able to achieve our bigger goal. One of the key takeaways for me, we recently did the standards for cybersecurity standards for small and medium enterprises. And during the consultative meetings, we had some farmers. Now, the perspective for farmers, I was blown away by what their problems are. These are not things that we've been seeing in our SATs. Their issues for cybersecurity are very, very simple to the baseline, but they're also big problems because they lose money as they do transact. So recognizing that, you know what, I can't reach a farmer unless I've worked with the private sector foundation, unless I've worked with SME forum, and knowing that we have that weakness would be what collaboration is. So we know where we stop, and then we know who we need to expand our mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. What I like from the three is nobody is saying we need a new law. Can we clap to that? Because normally, that's where it starts. We need a new mandate, new law that will bring all of us together. They're all saying we can actually start collaboration, and there is already room enough for us to work together. And as I look around, I think the message is loud and clear. So I'm happy to take 3 questions. And the guidance is no preamble. Your question, your name, your question. Any takers? I see the first question, the second question. I need a lady. There is a lady here. The other questions, all these people are going to be around. It's an opportunity for you to access them and also ask them directly. So where are the mics? Can I have the mics? So let's start this side. The one with the microphone. Okay, let's start with the lady here. And then the gentleman in white. There's a lady over here.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. How are you?
Sorry, good morning. Yes, my question is, what opportunities are being created for young Ugandans to develop practical cybersecurity skills and contribute to Uganda's cybersecurity ecosystem? Thank you.
Valid question over there. The second question.
Thank you very much. My name is Brighton from Makeni University Business School. And as someone studying accounting and tax, I'm curious. Cybercrime is increasingly financial in nature, from mobile money fraud to fake IFRS invoices. Is there a formal breach between digital forensics investigators and forensic accountants in Uganda right now, or is that a gap the profession needs to close? Thank you.
So I'm going to request you to probably hold the mic a little bit away, because some words were mumbled and I'm sure these people struggled. So repeat your question.
As someone doing accounting and tax, I'm curious. Cybercrime is increasingly financial in nature, from mobile money fraud to fake IFRIS invoices. Is there a formal bridge between digital forensic investigators and forensic accountants in Uganda right now, or is that a gap the profession needs to close?
I wish you luck. There is one question over there, the gentleman in a coat. Please stand up, and then they can bring the mic to you. There's a mic next to you.
Thank you. Christopher from Speedbird Advisory. So I'm just wondering, in his speech, the governor talked about, under collaboration, he talked about threat intelligence sharing. And I'm wondering, according to literature, it says that interdependence or collaboration tends to lead to conflicts in the future. I'm wondering, are there any initiatives to address the future conflicts that may arise with this collaboration that we are pushing for today, especially if you're to bring in the private sector and other associations?
Yeah, this is where you wish there was an option of ask your question before the conference starts. Over to you, gentlemen and lady. These questions are loaded. I'm about to ask, can you send your questions here for people to contextualize? But, Johnson, you want to go first? Okay, Christine?
Yeah. First of all, security. Such questions are good because security is a changing landscape, yeah? What you left at your home today may be different when you arrive. But when it comes to young people, first of all, digital skilling, yeah, awareness. We don't want to assume that every young person knows how to use ICT solutions, because I know sometimes we throw the word innovation around, but yeah, what does it actually mean? And especially in what you are saying in the ecosystem where you have misinformation, deep fakes, AI, and so that. So what are we? There are some initiatives that were touched on as UCC. We run the CyberStars initiative where we work with different universities, public and private, and through the faculties, we write to them, they come, and they are taken through drills of how to address cybersecurity incidents. So that capacity building is there. And also through our different programs, the universal access, because we don't want to leave anyone behind. We have digital literacy, and that doesn't only touch the youth, but also the women and girls. And we teach them basic things, yeah? Like using your having a password and things like that. So this is something that we never leave. Now, in youth's contributing to solutions, yeah? Already these are opportunities here. I know that the Ministry of ICT has the ICT Innovation Hub at Nakawa, and it can be accessed where the youth are able to test different solutions to address some of the challenges we have. UCC has a test bed at Nakawa, and it is free for access. You can go there and work with different AI GPU machines, and that alone provides a test and experimental environment. Universities have innovation hubs. So those are some of the initiatives, and I know that private sector also have different, like I know Stanbic has some programs of accelerator programs, NSSF has innovation hub, and so on and so forth. And those should be scaled up accordingly. The question on digital forensics accounting, I think, will be taken by Afande. Conflict, we share threat intelligence monitoring with as UCC with the private sector. We haven't seen conflict, but what I know is that, of course, private sector need to protect. There is reputational risk, and they also have to protect their competitive advantage. So usually what comes into play are things like non-disclosure agreements, confidentiality, and assurances that the information that is being shared is going to be used for the purpose for which it is being shared. And when you're dealing with cybersecurity threat information, you're talking about risk-based. So you're looking at what are the risks and what is being seen. So you do it in such a way that you build trust in the information that is shared, and transparency in how the information is going to be used. A lot of the information, when you're at such a stage, you'll do like aggregated data and not necessarily drill down to the actual our private sector and the experiences therein. So that is inbuilt in the design of how the information is shared, how it is used, and how it's exchanged. Thank you.
Johnson, you want to go for it, and then Andrew will close it.
So I think I'll just touch on the opportunities that Christine already mentioned on the question on opportunities for young Ugandans to get cyber skills. So currently, just like the ongoing issue around collaboration, a typical example is an initiative that is actually jointly being done by the entities currently here. NITAU is currently implementing a cybersecurity center of excellence at UICT in Nakawa. Now, you know, the facilities in Nakawa are jointly owned. They're all under the Ministry of ICT and the UCC. To set up this center, there was some collaboration discussions between UICT, NITA, UCC, as well as the Ministry of ICT. So this particular center is going to be a center where we shall do skilling of government entities, but also be able to provide cyber ranges where we can test and see preparedness. So some of those initiatives that you're asking for are actually there under UCC and NITA, and we intend to have finished the setup of this center around the end of November this year, and it's going to be open to the public. The reason why we're establishing it in an education institution to also remove restrictions, so students can access it, citizens can access it. It's not in a closed-out government entity. Then I think the question on forensics, Andrew will take that up, and then the threat intelligence sharing, I'll just pick up from what Christina said. It's basically a requirement. You can't, we get this information through collaboration. However, we can, the safeguards on conflict would be controlled through setting up SOPs on how we actually work together as entities. Thank you.
Andrew?
Thank you very much, Michael. On the issue, I'll not start with what have been given as my remit for digital forensics, but opportunities for the young practitioners. Within the police, we do take on interns. We have been taking on interns for quite some time, and recently we had about 35 interns. Most of them had done their schooling in cybersecurity. So our essence here is to demonstrate to them what the threat looks like when it materializes. So if you're a cybersecurity expert, you need to be able to predict what is likely to happen when the threat actually does materialize. I am glad that there is a lot of capacity building within the ICT, in Nakawa. But for us as the police, we need people who are more of defenders and those who are going to be supporting us in our work to do the investigations, to look for these gaps. But that also streams into the other question of the confluence between digital forensics and financial accounting. If you're going to be a modern financial accountant, I think you need to be abreast with the capacity of digital forensics. Because most of the accounting you're going to do maybe is going to be on the systems. So what we are seeing is that most of the people who have done their studies in digital forensics have actually veered off into financial accounting and systems audit. Now, there are those who have also specialized in the ISO standard 27001 to be able to audit these systems, to know that they are capable of defending against particular threats. But if I were you and I was a financial accountant, I would not shy away from going to do another qualification in digital forensics. That way you can bridge the gap. As to whether this is something which is done in country, when we do our work together with the team from Bank of Uganda, we have a different way of approaching it. We have people who recover the information. Those are the digital forensic experts. But then they have their own teams, even from the Auditor General's office, who do the accounting separate. But I think it would be a nice idea if we had one who could do both. But still, I still agree with those who say that we need to have this divide, because you who recovers the information should be different from the one who assesses the data. So that gives you some bit of flexibility. Otherwise, there is something called contextual bias. So contextual bias can easily creep in if you are doing both, especially if you are the person doing the accounting bit, and you are the one doing the digital forensics.
you can easily succumb to contextual bias. To me, that would be my guidance, is that it's good to know both, but when you're practicing, at least do the dichotomy between the two. I don't see any future conflicts within the people who share the threat intelligence. I think, as Christine had put it, the way we share the information is on a need-to-know basis, and it's based on each circumstance. I do not see any future conflicts. Actually, if you look at countries like Estonia, where the agencies work together and they share this information quickly, they are able to build a lot of resilience. So the more we share information, but we share it on the need-to-know basis and within the particular context, we are able to bounce back quicker. I think the last threat that happened to the NHS in the UK also demonstrated that information sharing is important, because they were able to understand the threat much earlier before it materialized.
Can we put round... Governor, I have a letter for you here, but from Cyber Threat Dynamics, I'll read it so that it doesn't get to you. The question was, it is addressed to you, so that's why I didn't ask anybody here. But I see my brother Colin, so he will answer it, but it is addressed to you. That you mentioned about backup and business continuity. Did you mean that UCC, Bank of Uganda, and Uganda at large have a backup and a business continuity plan in regards to cybersecurity? Like I said, Colin will answer it. So, gentlemen, I will direct you to Colin so that he can answer it. That one I can bully so that he responds to it. We'll bring this panel to a close. Allow me to request you to stand up front for a photo. For the record. Christine, I'm going to request you to present these to this is to Andrew. Andrew, for the record that you are at the inaugural National Cybersecurity Conference. This is for Johnson. Clap, eh? With that, allow me Andrew, while you are away, we also agreed that it is okay to update your LinkedIn status that you spoke at the inaugural National Cybersecurity Conference. Allow me now to invite the Executive Director, UCC, to come and invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us and do the official opening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremony, Dr. He said he stopped at the application. Why I do it? I want you to actualize that application. You take it and we have an academic here, Dr. Tingego. This man stopped at application, so we should encourage him to deliver that application to the relevant office. Honorable Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, Mama Joyce Sebugwao, the Governor, who gave us an amazing keynote address here. Colleagues, kindly join me to welcome Mama Honorable Joyce Sebugwao in the House. Ma'am, we know that you always keep time You always keep time, but we appreciate that you were delayed. You were informed a bit late about this. But we want to thank you that you have made time to join us on this inaugural cybersecurity National Cybersecurity Conference. We welcome you. You found us. We have already moved some steps. The governor accepted to give us a keynote address, which was amazing. We've had 3 panelists whom you found discussing the issues in depth. And we are still going on up to tomorrow. But now that you are in, ma'am, accept that I invite you to address the gathering. Can you join me to welcome ma'am at the podium? Thank you.
The chairperson and members of the board of the Uganda Communication Commission, the executive director, Uganda Communication Commission, the governor, Bank of Uganda, representatives of the Uganda security and law enforcement agencies, chief executive officers, and leaders of the communications, financial and technology sectors, representatives of all civil societies, cybersecurity professionals, innovators, and young people. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Not long ago, cybersecurity was largely regarded as a technical issue, something for ICT departments and system administrators to worry about. Today, that has changed across the world. Cybersecurity has moved into the boardrooms, the cabinet room, and increasingly, the political arena. As you are aware, there are many examples of national elections becoming targets of cyber attacks, data hacking, disinformation, and other forms of digital sabotage. This tells us something important. Cybersecurity is no longer simply about protecting computers. It is about protecting institutions, economies, election management systems, political party databases, media platforms, and national security. That is why, as Uganda uses more digital technology, we must ask ourselves these fundamental questions. Are we paying enough attention to the safety and security of our national digital systems? And that is why it gives me great pleasure to join you at this first National Cybersecurity Conference organized by the Uganda Communications Commission. I commend UCC for bringing together government, industry, statutory agencies, and the wider cybersecurity community for the first government-organized national conference dedicated specifically to cybersecurity. Thank you. This is an important milestone. Today, a farmer can receive money on a mobile phone. A student can access learning materials online. A business can trade without a physical shop. A patient can interact with the health facility online, and a citizen can pay taxes, apply for licenses, and access other government services online. These developments are transforming our economy and are improving the lives of our people. But every new digital service also creates a responsibility to protect the citizen who uses it. When an individual sends money using digital tools, they expect it to arrive safely. When a citizen provides personal information to government, they expect it to be protected. When a business invests in an online service, it expects the digital infrastructure supporting it to be reliable. And when government places critical services online, citizens must have confidence that those services will remain available and secure. Cybersecurity, therefore, is no longer simply an ICT issue. It is an issue on national security, economic security, service delivery, public trust, and national development. This is why the NRM Manifesto and the National Development Plan recognizes ICT as a growth driver for the modern economy, including its role in creating opportunities for our young people. We, therefore, cannot speak about Uganda's digital future without speaking about cybersecurity. And we cannot speak about cybersecurity without recognizing the need for collective action. Cybersecurity must be a shared effort. The Ministry of ICT and National Guidance cannot secure Uganda alone, just as the UCC, NITA-U, and our security agencies cannot do it by themselves. Protecting our digital space requires everyone to work together. The government, banks, telecom companies, and the public. Our online safety depends on how fast we share information. When a bank, telecom company, or agency discovers a new cyber threat or scam, they must quickly warn and coordinate with everyone else to stop it before it causes harm. These are the practical questions this conference must help us answer. Top leaders across the government and business must take personal responsibility for cyber security. This means discussing digital security in management meetings, listing it as a major risk, funding it properly, and making sure staff are trained, threat and reported, and system weaknesses are fixed quickly. Private businesses must play a key role in national cybersecurity because they run critical infrastructure like telecom networks, banking platforms, and data centers. To protect the country, government agencies and private companies must share information, hold joint training, and respond to cyber threats together. As a government, we remain committed to creating the right policies, rules, and support to protect Uganda online. However, everyone else must also do their part to keep the country safe. With those few remarks, it is my honor to declare the National Cybersecurity Conference 2026 officially open. I wish you productive discussions over the next 2 days for God and my country. I thank you.
That the ED governor please come, the chair of the board and the other board members. Where do we take the photo? How do we... So the directors, the CEOs present from the sponsor companies. Up here? Okay. Managers, directors of UCC, please do make your way here. So we need some people on this side. Yeah. Andrew, I will invite you to come here, join this photo. Okay. So I'm going to request us to stand. Let's stand. We've been seated for long. Let's stand a bit. Say hello to your neighbor. DJ, this is when you play some music. It's very possible that the person you're seated next to, you have no idea who they are. So say hello, say hello. Okay, we can take our seats, and should you feel like your sugar levels are low, we have coffee and tea at the back. Feel free to go and get yourself a cup of coffee and tea. And permit me that we So this is what I have found to be very interesting. People will come and sit together for close to 1 hour. When you tell them stand up and say hello, it is difficult to get them to sit. I don't know that that's a cybersecurity threat, but we'll keep it at that. Okay. So now we go into, and I'm glad, and I must say that probably this is the first conference where we are right on time. So to all us, those of us who are here, the panelists, I want to thank you very much for adhering to this very rude timer here, and none of you felt like there was intrusion. So we'll go to the next panel, and this is going to be moderated by a Michael. So Governor, this is a Michael thing. So how many other Michaels are here? Probably we need a group photo also. So my brother Michael Mukasa is going to moderate this panel, and this is going to look at cyber compliance to executive accountability. So how do we move from cyber compliance to executive accountability? Michael Mukasa is the CEO of Liquid Telecom, Liquid Intelligent Technologies. Allow me to invite you to come and moderate this session, and that will lead us to lunch. So Michael, over to you. You will guide us on how you want to run your show.
Good morning to everyone. I'll stand on all protocols previously observed. That were a lot of technical people here today. We may not need to go into politics. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Michael Mukasa. I'm the CEO for Uganda, Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We're a technology company that many of you know as Liquid Telecom, but we do many other things, including cybersecurity solutions. So I think that's something very relevant for today. I'd like to call forward my panelists. I have Mr. Peter Mutunjiri, CTO of National Water, around. Thank you so much. I'd also like to call forward Mr. Peter Muhumuza, CTO of Rock Telecom. Thirdly, it seems it's no longer about Michael. I only have Peters on my panel. I have a third Peter, Peter Mukuru, Uganda Development Bank Limited. And lastly, I have Mr. Albert Jita, CTO, MTN Momo.
I think maybe I'll set the tone a bit here for the panelists. I would say that over the last decade, cybersecurity has evolved from being purely a technical concern managed by IT departments into a strategic leadership issue that affects business continuity, customer trust, investor confidence, regulatory compliance, and national security. Today, organizations face an increasingly complex threat landscape driven by cybercrime, ransomware, supply chain vulnerabilities, AI-enabled attacks, and growing digital interdependence. At the same time, regulators, customers, shareholders, and citizens are demanding greater accountability from leaders responsible for safeguarding their digital ecosystems. The question is no longer about compliance with cybersecurity requirements. The real question is, do executives and boards actively lead this function regarding digital trust, ensuring resilience, and taking responsibility for the consequences of cyber risk? Our discussion today will explore how leaders can move from a purely compliance mindset to an accountability mindset that strengthens business continuity, customer confidence, and ultimately, national resilience. So I'd like to open with a general question to all the panelists. Maybe we'll start from this side. The general question is the following. Uganda's organizations operate under growing legal, regulatory, and service continuity expectations. What one thing should executives do to move from mere compliance to genuine accountability for cyber risk, digital trust, and service continuity? I think, Peter, you can begin our discussion.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I think from my perspective, I would say that anyone or any organization that only thinks about cybersecurity when we are faced with incidents or when we are facing, maybe answering audit queries, I think it should stop today. I think we need to move from that to actually having this topic regularly discussed in our boardrooms, in management meetings, so that it stops just being a one-off that comes, that comes up once in a while, but it is something that we actually get to embrace. And I believe with that, even at the heart of every digital transformation initiative, we should be able to see that security is built within. And I think the past speakers have talked about this. The Governor Bank of Uganda making sure that you design whatever initiative you're doing, but security is actually embedded within the design, within the implementation, privacy, continuity, and even recovery, that it is all part of the entire initiative that you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's very important. Having cybersecurity as a topic on a regular basis in management and in the boardroom. I'll move to my second Peter, Peter Muhumza from ROC. Maybe you could elaborate on this.
What I would contribute is, on top of what my other Peter said, is people and culture. Cybersecurity should be a culture, and people must embrace it from bottom up to board level. And he says it by design. When we're designing our solutions, access controls, integrations with third-party partners, cybersecurity should be on top of the agenda. So it's a culture, it's not an afterthought that people should think about and say, I'm buying a tool. Be part of the design. Even checking email. Yesterday, I subscribed to Stanbic. I don't know if some of you got a message. Early morning, I received a message from Stanbic saying, you need to update your credentials. So, as a culture, I know that I must verify this. I did send a message to Stanbic, and they told me, no, don't enter anything. So we have to be aware when you're opening your emails, your WhatsApp, you're connecting your phone to your company network. You have to think about cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think we've talked about management, board level, and now, of course, the people aspect of it. I'd now like to come to Albert. Maybe given that you're now from a financial services company, how would you address this?
Thank you very much, and good morning. I think there was the speakers in the morning did justice to the topic, and I think a lot of what you may hear could sound a bit of a repetition, but what I would say, if I look at the different businesses, I would say we need to put a small set of cyber. I think we start, if we have not started, but I would imagine a lot of the businesses here have started. We need to put a small set of cyber resilience, customer trust indicators alongside the financial and operational key performance indicators. I think when executives can see exposure, incidents, recovery readiness, critical dependencies, then accountability becomes continuous rather than something demonstrated only during an audit. So I think that would be my contribution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was a very good perspective. And I think even our next speaker, which is our third Peter, our next speaker, you're also from a financial services company. Maybe you could elaborate on this.
Thanks. I'm not sure there's anything new from what my colleagues have said, but I think maybe to sum it up, cybersecurity should be part of the enterprise risk framework, ultimately. Not something you do independent of the entire risk management framework. It should be part and parcel of it. So looking at the technical aspects, the people aspects, of course the KPIs and the accountability aspects, and certainly treating it just like any other risk, whether it's operational risk, reputational risk, credit risk, and any other risk. Be part and parcel of the entire risk management.
Okay, now I'd like to get a bit more industry specific. I'll come back to my left here for Peter from National Water. I'd like to be specific to industry. For an essential public utility such as water, cyber risk like ransomware, DDoS, and others can quickly become a service delivery and public safety concern. In the recent days, we've seen some concerns from, I think, utilities in the United States, which have been suspecting cyber attacks as part of the disruption to their services. At the executive level, how should accountability for cybersecurity be connected to business continuity, emergency preparedness, and public confidence?
Thank you very much. And it's really an interesting question, and I'm glad I think even the minister, the Honorable Minister, in her remarks, she actually alluded to this, that cybersecurity is no longer just about protecting IT systems, but it is actually about protecting business continuity. Now, if we have that perspective, then it just moves away from one department or one directorate, and we know that actually it affects business continuity. So you can take an example. If there is an interruption, maybe a cyber attack maybe on your payment system or the billing system, and yes, it is an IT incident, but to the customer out there, they are just inconvenienced. They are not able to maybe call your call center if that is what has been affected. They are not able to make payments. Maybe the field people are even threatening to disconnect, but they can't even pay. So you find it just stops being about IT, but then it becomes a function of business continuity. So as entities, as owners of this critical infrastructure, we need to identify, or as corporations, we need to identify the services which are very critical to us, which must continue running. We need to also be able to prepare for failure. yes, we have all these controls. We try to guard against any attempts from outside, but if failure happens, then what next? Are we able to recover? And how long does it actually take us to recover and have those services fully working? So we need to be able to test our readiness. Yes, there are policies. We have policies in place. We have the disaster recovery plans, business continuity plans, but they surely have to be tested for us to know that actually they work. So we are translating something from something that is written on paper, something that actually has been tested, and any feedback you get from there can even be integrated into those plans. And then previously we also talked about public trust. If people hear, our customers, if they hear that you've been compromised, it's really upon you to restore that confidence, to know that their information is safe, it is secure, and to know that, things will not really dramatically change because of an attack. So we have to manage how we communicate to our customers so that we are able to maintain that public trust, so that when we go back to them for any other service that we are offering, then they don't even have to fear. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to maybe go a bit deeper on this. I'd like to talk about interdependency. Water, electricity, telecoms, banking, cloud, even government platforms are increasingly dependent on each other. How should Uganda manage cybersecurity risk where one organization is secure, say for example National Water, but another one, maybe the payments company, has been compromised? How can one partner be disrupted, and what impact can that have?
Thank you very much. It's important to understand, and again, it's been talked about, we really don't operate in silos. You may do a wonderful job at implementing your IT controls. You may do a wonderful job at protecting your data center, protecting the computer network, protecting your systems, but then we actually, most of us, are dependent on telecommunication companies that give us internet, that give us lease lines. We are dependent on payment providers for our bill payments. That includes the banks, still mobile money companies, and other payment vendors. So you find, much as you are doing a good job at protecting yourself, but it's not just enough. And in your evaluation of risk, you need to actually take into consideration how other dependencies come in. If you're depending on a telecommunication company to give you that infrastructure for communication, how does it actually affect you? So it is important that we have that bit of openness and also do due diligence. And like we've been talking about, you don't just buy any software, but follow the proper guidelines, deploy systems that have been vetted, that have been proved actually to work. And that way, I believe we should be able to achieve that. So maybe just a couple of things that we can do in this regard is to identify these critical service providers, but also how we depend upon each other. And when you know how we depend upon each other, then you're able to move from that. Where you find you have maybe one provider that is giving you 5 critical services, it might be wise that you have a backup. So you have a failover kind of mechanism. So in case that major provider maybe has an issue, then you're able to fall on to another one. And I think another point has also been shared previously, collaboration. I think it is very, very strong, and it should be embraced between the different providers. The moment we are able to collaborate, it means any emerging issues or threats that come up, they actually shared across board. If there are any, if you've learned from maybe a hacking or an incident that happened, the lessons that you learned, you're able to share, not so much to compromise your internal systems, but at least you share what is permissible and what you believe should be able to help other providers. Thank you.
Thank you. That was quite comprehensive. So I'd like to move on to Peter Muhumza from ROC. We've talked about interdependency. So now I'd like to speak specifically to telecoms. Telecom infrastructure supports government platforms, businesses, and other sectors. What leadership practices help an internet service provider demonstrate that cyber resilience and consumer trust are being managed?
Thank you, Michael. As Peter's mentioned, it's an ecosystem. And telecom companies and ISPs are the gateway to, I would say, cybercrime, because 90% of attacks come from the internet, if not more. So, and the customers we serve, the critical infrastructure, the home user, the banks, the microfinance, of all ranges, are focused on their business. If it's a microfinance, it is focusing on lending. IT may not be its biggest investment or concern. So as an ISP, we must provide the leadership or confidence to our customers that we were providing them a secure service. But it's not easy, because it involves an investment, it involves people, training, skills, and so on. So that said, we must do the following. We must implement cyber controls, and this is a shared responsibility. I can protect what I give you, but you also must protect what you receive, because I can't see inside your data coming to you, but I can make sure it's not coming from rogue actors. So the controls must be there. We must know the critical risks, high availability, areas of attack. And when we know the risks, we can measure them, we can control them. And then we can also respond very well. UCC giving us the SAT, as I mentioned, so there's some response mechanisms by the government. I think NITA does the same. But this is an expensive venture. Not everyone can do this. So collaboration is key, and conferences like this where we talk about these issues are important. But for our customers, we must provide accountability. I know for the issue of reputation, especially for maybe banks and financial services, they don't want to let out information that have been attacked. But we must have accountability, inform our customers in a responsible manner, because it's worse if the customer finds out and you didn't tell them. So we must provide accountability to our customers. So yeah, Michael, that's how we could, as ISPs and telecoms, give more confidence to our customers.
Okay, thank you. That's great. And I think, of course, ISPs, telcos, and banks, these are big organizations which have budgets. Now I'd like to talk about the bigger majority. I think most companies in Uganda would fall into the SME category, the small and medium-sized. How can internet service providers support these small and medium enterprises with secure connectivity, managed protection, and continuity support to improve their cybersecurity posture?
That's a good question, and that's where the most threat is. Because SMEs are part of our ecosystem. They consume our services of banks, of ISPs. But at the same time, if you picture an SME, it's a company of 20 to 50 employees. Okay? I mentioned a microfinance or a small law firm. They really don't have the budget to invest in big cybersecurity. You'll be lucky if you can afford an IT personnel. However, they have gone online. They can afford an ISP and buy internet service. So what we could do is augment this internet service with some cyber controls. You manage protection. A simple cybersecurity tool will cost anything north of 100K. A small law firm may not manage that, but you can charge them a monthly fee, a shared monthly fee. Let's say I'm Rock, I deploy a multi-tenant cybersecurity system that I can share among my customers. So manage protection as a small fee. But the fee is still there, and most SMEs are not willing to pay this fee. Michael, we're in the same business. Every day they are coming for discounts on per MB rate. So when you ask them to pay more for cybersecurity, it becomes a challenge. So, and I'm passionate about this issue, and I've mentioned this at the last ECC talk. Government, I think, has come in. They have provided the CERT, for example, the response, but we can go beyond and provide the control before the problems happen. We can deploy a national DDoS protection system that protects all of us, including the SMEs who are a critical part of our economy. And could be easier for the government to protect, because the internet, we know how it comes in. Not so many, we are in a few data centers in the city here. So it's easier to deploy systems that can protect. And we are seeing systems being deployed at a scale in our networks by the government for different reasons, not to protect us, maybe to protect other matters I won't mention, but using the same motivation, we can get the powers to be protect the national internet through a national deployment of these tools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a very comprehensive answer. Still on the topic of budgets, it seems most of the issues here are around budgets. I'd like to move to Peter on this side. Cybersecurity budgets are often difficult to justify. One of the reasons is that sometimes you buy a system and then nothing happens. So it's considered to be wasted money, so to speak. How can organizations ensure that cybersecurity is treated as an essential investment as opposed to a cost?
Thank you. When we called Dr. Michael was on stage earlier, he spoke about techies. And I think one of the challenges we have is language. And allow me to pick on my big brother, Peter, talking about DDoS and so on. So many times we walk into, and I'm glad we have our board chair here, many times we walk into boardrooms asking for budgets, saying, oh, want to protect against DDoS and so on. And we are speaking to ourselves. So one of the things we need to do is reframe the language from our technical language, which we understand, to what is it that we are protecting. So we are protecting, in the banking and financial services sector, sometimes it's quite easier because there is a safe of money and you want to protect that. In some other sectors, it may not be that obvious, but I think for any institution, you have your crown jewels. You have something of value that you're protecting. So one, speak about what it is you're protecting, not so much what it is you're buying. However, you need to make a business case, a risk-based business case on if I'm spending $10,000, protect $1,000, does it make sense? However, if I'm making an investment of $10,000, protect $100,000, it will most likely be an easy sale. So I think one of the things is just to reframe from cost to value, change the language, and of course also follow a risk-based approach. The last one I would add is measure what cybersecurity enables. So for example, going to enable you scale at speed. Most of you who drive cars, you can comfortably accelerate because you know your brakes are working. So you're accelerating comfortably because you know if you need to call on your brakes, they're actually working. So let's also measure what cybersecurity enables. How much can you put products on the market? How fast can you do that? Of course, ultimately, how do you enable trust? So I think if we refrain the language and discuss value, most likely the budgets will easily be passed, whatever level it is. For the $1 million, for the 100,000, for the 10,000, for the 1,000, or whatever the case might be, I think it becomes an easier sell. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everything you've said, to put it in context, non-technical, would also imply to Ugandans in our habit of not buying insurance. Most Ugandans don't like to buy insurance because my house never burnt down, so why do I need insurance? So I think cybersecurity is a very similar kind of thing. It's until it happens to you that you realize it's a very critical resource. I'd like to move on. I'd like to talk about Uganda is now investing in digital transformation and innovation. How can cybersecurity requirements be integrated into the assessment of technologies and strategic projects before investment decisions are made?
Thanks. In security, there is this concept of security by design, and I think the earlier speakers, the keynote speaker, the governor, and I believe the minister and the ED spoke about this. Let cybersecurity not be an afterthought. It needs to be integrated, as you've said. So what can we do? In our procurements, embed those requirements therein. So that as you're procuring whatever service it is, even third party risk, just checking, should I be working with this person? What's their credibility and so on. In some of the sectors, you have this idea called know your customer or know your business, so on. So inbuild some of these requirements in the process of acquisition. Inbuild them in the process of design. You're designing a solution, make sure cybersecurity requirements are input there. In the procurement, RFQs, and so on. So I think if we do this by design, at initiation, at ideation, then it becomes something you follow through. If you're managing a project at the different gates, at the different approval stages, make sure that cybersecurity issues or information security issues are taken care of, and those questions are asked. That the system works very well is one thing. Is it secure? Have we tested it, and so on? You spoke about many times we report that, we did not have an attack. But again, we also know sometimes just because you don't know that you had an attack, that you're reporting you didn't have an attack. So you may also wish to subject yourselves to a third-party review, a penetration test, or somebody else to look into your system and check whether everything is okay. There are now attacks. There's evidence to demonstrate that many times organizations will have been attacked 6 months. Somebody's in your organization just seated quietly listening, learning your patterns before signs and symptoms show up. It's like an incubation period. We're told Ebola, sometimes people have it and you discover much later. It's an incubation period of 21 days. So again, do this by design. Engage a third party to review your environments, of course managed by risk, and ultimately report on it. So there's that proactiveness of making sure you report on it to ensure that you have the resilience that is required. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, you've made an important point. Of course, things like penetration testing and other proactive activities can enhance your cybersecurity posture. So as much as it's good to implement a very good defense, it's good to periodically test it. I think that I'd like to move now to the only person not called Peter on the stage. Let's talk about mobile money. Mobile money is now, I believe, one of the main technologies people use to transact in Uganda, and it's handling a very high volume of transactions that are going through the economy right now. Mobile money is a critical pillar for achieving financial inclusion. What role should executive leadership play in ensuring that cybersecurity measures effectively protect customer accounts, prevent fraud, maintain trust without making the services difficult for the users, and also taking into account that mobile money users are not the most technology literate people in many cases?
Thank you very much. I think for us who are in the mobile money business, we say we are in the business of selling trust, but also we are in the business of financial inclusion. So it's a very good question, and I'll just make 4 points here. The first is we need to make security invisible, but effective. So executive leadership should push for security by design. I think it's been mentioned. These controls, like intelligent fraud detection, I think the investments need to be made. There's a lot that you could do, or we can do in that space to make sure we invest. There are today tools that can automatically detect, and then the biometrics. And you know, when I say this, I'm also thinking about that Ugandan in the deepest part, some of who are even illiterate but are using mobile money. Do they even understand what biometrics is? And then I think when we introduce biometrics, today we are seeing a lot of social engineering, and then we're also seeing that these guys are very clever. They go and abuse, they take over the handset. So that farmer retains the phone or the handset, but then the biometric has disappeared on another handset. So how do you now design to make sure that the actual owner of the biometric is actually the actual owner of the account? So these are nuances that leadership need to think about. Risk-based authentication. I think there's quite a bit that can be done, but at the end of the day, customers should not have to become cybersecurity experts to social engineering and fraud. Then the other one that I'll talk about is we need to design, again, like I'm saying, for security for the most vulnerable customer, because financial inclusion means recognizing that customers have different levels of digital literacy. Thank you, UCC, for this inaugural cybersecurity conference. Now, the question will be, when we get into the cybersecurity month, how do we reach the far corners? I think that's our challenge. How do we reach that farmer? How do we reach that tailor? How do we reach these vulnerable customers and speak the language? And you heard about the farmer that had different understanding of cybersecurity. So we as leaders need to make sure the journeys are simple, intuitive, and accessible, providing these safeguards. The third one is we need to treat trust as a business KPI. And this is very fundamental because we leaders in the room, I'll speak for mostly the privately owned organizations, we chase numbers. The shareholders want profits, and you're always running after the next number. But cybersecurity should not be measured only by the number of attacks prevented. Executives should also track fraud losses, customer impact, the number of complaints, the recovery experience. So, in fact, it would also be nice to see, what are the critical KPIs that we as Uganda are chasing, and how are we measuring to those? That would be an interesting site to see. Then the final one is we need to balance security with customer experience. It can be this or that. So the strongest security control is not necessarily the one that creates the most friction. It's almost like you've got your house, and you have the strongest room being your bedroom. What about the main door? How do you secure yourself to make sure that there's no friction? But leadership must continually ask, are we reducing risk without excluding the very people financial inclusion is intended to serve? So for mobile money, cybersecurity is not just about protecting transactions. It is about protecting trust. And if security becomes a barrier to that inclusion, then we haven't designed it well enough. So what keeps us awake as we continue to innovate services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think mobile money is one that touches on everybody in this room, I believe, and most of the Ugandans use it as a technology. I think that when we talk about innovation, and mobile money is an innovation, technology businesses face pressure to launch faster, reduce costs, and improve customer experience. How can executives prevent cybersecurity from becoming the control that is weakened whenever it conflicts with speed or commercial targets?
Yeah, thank you. Peter has already touched on this actual answer, but I'll just say it this way. I don't believe the choice should be between cybersecurity and speed. If we continuously have to make the trade-off, then there's something wrong with how we've designed the processes. So security needs to be built in from the beginning with clear non-negotiable controls and agreed risk appetites. In fact, the business owners who are the executives in the room, in the businesses, need to take accountability for this ownership. I know, you know, the landscape has changed, and I'm just so extremely happy, and I'm sure a lot of the technology leaders will say this is something that they've been sounding but has finally landed. Because the moment the CEO owns cybersecurity and the board, then everything, it's just now the culture that is built. So security needs to be built in from the beginning with non-negotiable controls and an agreed risk appetite. Where the business chooses to accept additional risk for commercial reasons, that decision must be explicit, time-bound, and owned at the right level. So for me, because sometimes when you design technology solutions, because we are in a technology business, then there are risks. The question is, before we launch, who is the risk owner? And if they don't put the signature on that paper, we don't launch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, you hit the nail on the head. We've been talking about taking cybersecurity from an operational to an executive and strategic level. And I think the key thing I picked out of that is, the CEOs must own the cybersecurity function and the outcomes, as well as taking part in the preparations and having a deep understanding exactly what's being done. On that note, I see some people who have questions in the audience. I was going to suggest we take one or two questions. We have a very high-powered panel here from different industries, technology, utilities, financial services. I would request that if there's any audience member who does have a question for our panelists, now could be the time. Okay, I see a lady. I'm going to start with the lady, then to you. Where's the microphone? There's this lady in the red jacket. Front. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. I do not want to ask this question like I belong to any of the entities that was invited here today, but I ask as an everyday Ugandan. Yeah. So this is not particularly for MTN Momo, I want to relate the example to that. So recently, there was that downtime, the 6 hours downtime. So for the elite, we alluded that to some kind of DDoS, and it wasn't. The CEO came out strongly and said it wasn't. It was a data center downtime. And the elite go back and they're like, yeah, that's okay. However, you've kept on saying micro businesses trust MTN Momo. And we are running our businesses on MTN Momo and other financial services that can be reached by the everyday person. When we have such a downtime, it means there were losses there are losses that probably people haven't recovered from or won't recover from. Because I arrived and I knew I would use MTN Momo, or I thought I would order something and receive it express, and I did not. Now, my question would be, in the event that maybe that was a cybersecurity threat, and we know that it wasn't, have we thought of, in the event that we need to maintain the trust of the everyday person, have we thought of options that actually help these people? I've just been going through my mind. Have we thought of options like cryptographic tokens? In that case, what was done? Like, could you share with us? What could we learn from you as everyday people, not as entities that were invited here today? I thank you.
Before the second question, I think we better field this one. Is it also Momo or it's different? Eh? So, okay, I think I'll let Albert field this question. He put himself on the spot coming on this stage. I think he knew what he signed up for.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. So I sit here representing MTN Momo, which is a financial services company. So MTN Momo, like, I don't know, your organizations, depends on MTN Uganda for the infrastructure, which is connectivity. I think Peter, who is from Rock, these are the people that give us this connectivity. So MTN Uganda is the connectivity part of the business, and then there is MTN Momo, which is the financial services leg. So we also get services from their data center. But I think I don't want to re-say or even recite what the CEO of MTN Uganda said. I know she was supposed to be here. I think she probably hasn't been able to make it here. But I hear you. When you say, there was downtime and losses were suffered, you're right. I think the only thing I would like to say here is MTN Uganda would have now learned from the incident that happened, and then would, I think the Honorable Minister and the BOU, the Central Bank Governor, mentioned that you need to, learn and then recover from the situation. If you think about MTN Uganda and the number of downtimes that have happened, I think you would have seen that when that happened, then you actually understand where it lies in our economy and the responsibility that they hold. I don't want to speak over what the CEO told the public already, and I don't want to speak for her. But for us as a financial services organization who is MTN Momo, we've learned that we need to make sure that we don't only tick the box, we just need to make sure that the disaster recovery actually works and protects the customers' services. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, like I said, you put yourself in the line of fire by coming up here. But I think this speaks back to what we talked about earlier, which is interdependence. Cybersecurity is not isolated to one organization. You can have a dependency on a partner, and a breach in your partner infrastructure can have equal effect on you. I'd maybe move to the next gentleman who had a question. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. For matters of clarity, my name is Jim Ainamani, and I'm a student leader from Makerere University, particularly I'm a chairperson for the College of Computing and Information Sciences. Yeah, all the previous speakers have expressed the profundity of cybersecurity and how important it is in both the macro and microeconomic development of our country and, in any case, the world at large. And from the stats, I think we could see that there's a big gap that needs to be filled given the high rate of the rising rate of threats and the expansion of the threat space and the rate at which we are readying ourselves to counter those threats. And I think that comes back to us, the younger generation. So my question goes to our experts. Any of them could answer. Do you think the younger generation of technologists are being adequately empowered, yeah, to take part in this technological advancement? Or if not, what would you think would be a good way to close that gap? Then lastly, do you see us as a country leveraging quantum computing anytime in the future, anytime soon? Thank you.
Thank you. So I got 2 questions, and I think I'm going to distribute them. On the first one regarding the younger generation, I'll pass it to my former colleague here, Peter, who can maybe talk about that.
Thank you for the question, the student leader. There can't be a better time than now to interest yourself in acquiring technology and knowledge skills, or technology skills. Everything, you can get a PhD on YouTube now. You have access to AI tools free of charge. If I'm a bit younger, but those who studied in the 90s, getting access to the internet is even a problem. So,
please don't look at me.
So there's no shortage of information to empower yourself. I think we are leaders, and I think the biggest issue we face is in the younger generation is the interest, yeah, in these matters. But anyone who develops the interest, there's a trove of information out there to get this knowledge. And you sound like a very interested young man, being that you're a leader of a college. Trust me, you won't have any problems in acquiring this knowledge. And it's an open world. There's a lot of collaboration because of this internet. Information is free. So it's going to be very easy for you. So there's no need to worry. Just put the interest in, go on the internet, search, you'll find the answers.
Thank you. I'll also just mention, we're not here to make commercial discussions, but you can speak to our MC, Dr. Michael. He'll have some very good guidance for you. You'll speak to him privately. Before we go to the third question, I'd like to send the second part of the question this side to Peter regarding the quantum computing in Uganda.
So the question was, do we see ourselves adopting quantum computing or using? I think the quick answer is yes. If you go back to when Michael Niteka was young, we had US robotics modems. Having a Hotmail email address was an achievement. The video, VHS tapes and so on, now even the DVDs have disappeared. So inevitably, we are moving in that direction, and the quick answer is yes. The rate of speed, that's a different issue. Just like on the highway, you have trucks moving at 60 kilometers an hour, and Subarus moving at speeds that a Fande would cringe at. But eventually, you all get to wherever you're going to. So I think the quick answer is yes, and I believe we already have a few pockets of a lot of these high-end computing or fast computing capabilities, and eventually that technology comes. Allow me just something. If you look at the EVs, the electric vehicles, let's take the border borders. You notice actually there are so many of them that are electrical now. One of the questions was, will they have charging ports, charging stations? And you see a lot of charging stations coming up. So evolution happens. Sometimes we want to see it as day and night, but at times it's a marathon. It's a slow pace, but eventually it comes. Just allow me a touch on the earlier question, just to save, not to save, but support my brother here on the outages and so on. Colleagues, not say there is doom and gloom, but stuff will happen. I think the reason you have a spare tire on your car is because at one time you might drive forever and never use it, but you anticipate that there will be one day you might get stuck on the road. So again, as we look at technical and other technology-related cybersecurity safeguards, let's also take insurance. Because some of the losses, financial losses, you can actually safeguard, by insurance and so on. So as we look at other measures, let's also look at other capabilities or other opportunities in the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take 2 more questions. There's a gentleman who's waited patiently back here. If he could get, and then I'm going to take 1 more from Afande because I'm afraid if I don't give him his question.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ronald Kayizi. I'm coming from Bank of Africa. Now, mine is a comment or an observation. See, I recently needed a SIM swap. I went to a service provider and presented my new national ID for the replacement, only to be told that new SIM cards with new security features are not yet integrated because NIRA has not done something to enable. So I observe that for cyber security purposes, integration of personal data right from the national ID, the driving permit, passport, our TINs, NSSF, that is the way to go. It only feels like the private sector is playing its role, but the government is not able to pick up the pace. That is my comment. Over to the panelists.
Thank you. That's a very good observation. I think as the microphone makes its way to the front, maybe Albert, maybe you could comment on this. Seem to have a sound issue with this.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much. It's a very good question. But I know for sure, like we said, there's interconnectedness for sure. And now that the new IDs are around, I think there's work that has now been done to integrate those IDs in the process right now. But you're right, there was a lag. And maybe, I don't know if Nira is in the room, would have been the best to explain this part. But I know that for now, that integration is now working. And yeah, you're right. All the, with data protection, we need to make sure the customer's data is secure. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I didn't want to answer that question because the same thing happened to me. Please.
Thank you very much, Michael, and for the panelists. I would have said something about that also as well. So NIRA is part of the internal affairs, and they migrated to a new platform, and the integration was as a result of that API they were trying to develop, which I think now is active. And I think that should not be an issue now. But I have a question for the panelists. You, the CIOs, you have talked about in-building security in tech solutions. I think you have spoken to it greatly. Now, Peter from National Water, at least you know that we have got something in the penal code called neglect of duty. So at least there, you cannot escape because that piece of legislation in the penal code speaks to any person employed in public service who neglects their duty, then the repercussions are therein. So to the CIOs in the private sector, are you willing to fall on your sword now that you are saying that the executives should be the ones who bear the risk? Is it the CIO? Is it you, the top executives? Because what happened is there was a time we had an investigation and this came true because it was very clear that there was faults on the bank side, there was faults on the integrator, and also there were faults elsewhere within the spectrum of Momo and also Airtel. you know what I'm talking about. So, who is ready to fall on the sword this time round? Thank you.
That's a big one, eh? I'm glad we waited for this question. Maybe I'll just comment before I give the question to the panelists. I'm aware that in some industries, like banking, there's now a new position called CISO. So most of these people here are still using CTO. They've not yet moved into CISO roles, so maybe they're wearing two hats. Because I think in other industries like telecoms, we've not yet made that transition. But on that note, maybe we're starting with Peter. You can make a comment on this.
Thank you very much. That's indeed a loaded question. And from the question, you hinted on a number of entities involved. And Ewan Peter Mtunjire may not speak on behalf of all those entities. However, one thing I can say is in the majority of these institutions, IT departments have actually been elevated, and I can even speak on behalf of my employer, which means IT is actually part of management. And when we say that management is accountable, actually, yes, it is management, but IT is actually well represented there. So for issues which come up and, there are different players, faults here and there, I believe the best course of action would be that the person actually who falls on the sword is who is, according to the investigations, who is found to really the one who should actually fall on it, because it can't really be all of them. Everyone might have a role to play, but there is perhaps the one who has a bigger chunk of it. That would be my take. Thank you.
My take is the CEO must fall on the sword because he's responsible for the organization. And it brings up an interesting conversation because now the board level and the chief executive take cybersecurity more seriously. If I know there is something that's going to happen to me, if I'm held liable for something. So you mentioned the regulation for public servants, like Peter and the other Peter, but maybe there should be regulation for private sector that make the CEO and even the board and the shareholders responsible for these breaches. Correct. So the law is clear, and I think that should guide board level conversations on this matter.
Okay, maybe I can get two more viewpoints before we leave this topic.
Thanks. And I think it's in the theme of this panel, assigning responsibility and accountability. So one, matters of law, we don't debate so much. Because if the investigation has led to whichever logical conclusion, then the responsible party takes accountability. Depending, of course, there is always context in terms of what's going on. At an institutional level, of course, the accounting officer, but within the accounting officer, who is the MD or CEO, whatever the titles, they also have their technical persons. So depending on what it is, because we've also seen, board chairs being sometimes held accountable, and I think the BOU regulations also assign that. But again, I would also caution us to be cautious while we assign responsibility and ensure there is accountability, let's also be cautious on how much we assign blame, because it could also forestall and slow down innovation, because innovation means you're risking failure. So the question is, how responsible are we in terms of enabling innovation, enabling some of these things, while holding people accountable? So I would throw a line of responsibility while a line of enablement as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. I think you've handled it quite well, and I actually agree with Peter if I were to give a direct answer. But I would say that I think if a major cybersecurity risk materializes, right, accountability should not automatically fall on the CIO. It shouldn't automatically fall on the CIO because it depends where the failure occurred, right? And so the question is whether the CIO was able to notify, has been highlighting it to the executives, and now today the board is even also providing oversight, right? So maybe the CIO has been notifying, but the CEO is ultimately responsible for the enterprise and organizational resilience. So the CEOs in the room, I think, need to make sure they understand cybersecurity. Today, technology is for all of us. AI doesn't visit only CIOs. AI visits all of us. So I think the CIO owns the management of the cyber risk, and the CEO owns the business consequences of cyber risk, and the board owns oversight. For me, the CEO all the way. Thank you.
Okay, on that note, I'm going to cast my vote for the board chairman. No, but seriously, I'd like to thank everybody. This has been a good panel. People are engaged and there are still more questions. I apologize to those who we didn't get around to. I'm going to ask one last question before we wind up, and I'm giving you only 30 seconds to answer. I want you to just be clear. What single executive commitment should every organization here make within the next 12 months to move from cybersecurity compliance to demonstrable cybersecurity resilience?
Thank you. In 30 seconds, I will just say that we need to put our money where our mouth is. And as simple as that. It's an idiom, I think, speaks quite a lot. Thank you.
I would advise that in the next 12 months as CIOs and heads of organizations, plan and test our cyber resilience and respond. Do a drill once a year and see how ready you are. Respond to an event if it happens.
Yeah, thank you. I think for me, my commitment would be for every executive team in this room and those listening in to answer this question honestly. If a major cyber incident brought your organization to a standstill tomorrow, right? Because it actually can happen. It happened to MTN Uganda, and we all know those who were at a petrol station, you couldn't fuel. Those who were at a hospital, you couldn't pay. You know, I can go on and on. And you had to stand before your customers. And I think that's the question I had from the lady there. Your board or the country, and explain what happened. Could you confidently say that as a leader, you had done everything you should have done to prepare? So if we cannot answer the question with confidence, then we know that our priority for the next 12 months must be. We know what the priority should be. Thank you.
I'd like to indulge us, if you don't mind. How many of us, I spoke about spare tires, how many of us have tested and checked that our spare tires have pressure? Intentionally, in the last 3 months or 6 months and so on. I've only seen one hand at the back, 2 hands in the room. So we have the spare tire, but you don't know whether at the time you need it, it's working, it has enough pressure. So just to align with what Peter said, please test. Please test, please test. Thank you.
Wow, that's a good one to end on. Thank you so much. I think we can all take that home. If your spare tire doesn't have pressure, get time to check on it. And thank you very much to my panel. This has been a very fantastic discussion. I'll now cede the microphone. Oh, I think there's one more item that we have to handle. I think we'll have some tokens for our panelists today. Okay, we'll start with a group photo, then we'll hand over.
Can we give our panel a round of applause? I guess we'll stand with Christine here with our beautiful. Yeah. It's exactly 1 p.m. Program says 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. we go for lunch. Lunch is down at Paradise. And please give me a round of applause for keeping this on time. I know I have people here like Peter Mukuru who won't take it easy. But yeah, 1 p.m. we go for lunch. And we'll come back at exactly 2. End in mind is that we will be out of this place at 4 p.m. So let's keep it that way. I don't want to ring bells to call you out from lunch. Lunch is downstairs at Paradise as you go out. Paradise Restaurant, as you go out, you will receive a coupon. Let's come back here ready to start at exactly 2 p.m. I thank you and enjoy your lunch. and Services Management at MTN, as well as Joel Segwanye, CTOC Squared. John, okay. So in the next 5 minutes we will start, and I would like to have an opportunity to have a conversation with these two. So Abel and John, if you're here, let's have a quick conversation, and then we'll get started. Please, if you have the contact of your neighbor who was with you, and I hope you did exchange some contacts, you can let them know we are good to start. And I'll allow you to settle in. But as we do that, like I said, our end in mind is to end this by 4, that we are able to exit this hotel before the traffic becomes a huge mess in very many ways. The next session is going to discuss telecoms at the center of national cyber resilience. And to lead us are two gentlemen, Abel Chibiriangos, who is a Senior Manager, IT Infrastructure and Services Management at MTN, and then John Segwanye, CTOC Squared. Let's put our hands together and welcome Abel to come and lead us on this conversation. Once the two presentations are done, we'll have a short Q&A with the two gentlemen. Let's put our hands together and welcome, give him some energy. I also know this particular afternoon session is a very tough one, based on the lunch that we've had. So should you feel your eyes are heavier than your head can carry, feel free to stand. We will not feel intimidated that there are so many people standing. We will take it as they are very interested in the session. So, Abel, over to you. The team can we have his presentation up, Abel's presentation up? Okay. It says the presentation is telecommunications as the center of national cyber. Abel, you can do introducing as the presentation comes up.
Let me first of all say good afternoon. And I know lunch was good. For now, I know you will be awake. We shall move together. We are here to learn. We are here to move. We are here to start the collaboration as UCC has given us the inertia to kickstart this. Good afternoon. I remain Abel. I'm from MTN Uganda. A lot has already rotated around MTN in the morning session. But for sure, we are here. We shall collaborate and we shall take things forward. The topic is simple and direct as it is on the screen. Center of National Cyber Resilience. We have the opportunity, and we would like to say thank you to UCC for this mandate. If you've gone to GTEx, those global sessions, we've been missing them in this nation of ours. This topic here is the start of movement of our technology, of our people because of Internet of Things, AI, and the rest as we move. Basically, resilience feeds into security, economical continuity, and public trust, which is the main cry. Without public trust, technology cannot grow. Who is moving the slides? Okay. Basically, you are aware what telecom does in this country. We provide a lot of services which are feeding, which are causing the growth of our economy, which are causing the growth of our brains of our kids. And lucky enough, our kids are starting to use these telecom services as early as 2 years. You are buying your kids toys. You are buying your kids tabs. Which is happening? It is the call for us to be secure, to be resilient. We are providing voice and the classic services, which is voice, data, mobile money, and the rest. But without cyber reality or cyber resilience, we are going to end up in the graves. We shall terminate ourselves. We shall terminate our kids. The reality we are facing cyber attacks, supply chain, ransomware, sabotages, physical attacks, and service disruptions. The colleagues in the morning spoke all about this. I will not waste too much time on this. However, to manage all this, we must rotate around technology, people, process, suppliers, and national coordination. What do we mean by national coordination? We are dependent on our security systems. We are dependent on our regulators. That's Bank of Uganda, UCC. That's why they've organized this today. As leaders, we have the imperative of the mandate, or the main objectives, is to preserve trust. In the morning, you had cries from the people. They are crying, trust is lost because of one incident. We have to maintain essential services. Recently, we had Ebola issues in the country. Communication was sent through telecos. We had issues with the COVID. Telecommunication was sent through telecos. Then we must coordinate with the authorities. The gentleman called Mubiru was here in the morning. You had a lot of knowledge he demonstrated to us. But the main important thing as far as resilience is concerned is rapid recovery. We were immunized when we were young. We were given polio. We were given PCG. These days people are given antimalarials, but still they fall sick. Then things created by man. So the main aim is to recover very fast so that we protect our digital economy. Telecos, as I've already said, are doing a lot. All banks are dependent on telecos. Government institutions are dependent on telecos. NGOs are dependent on telecos. National situation awareness, as I've already elaborated, is dependent on telecos. But all in all, our economic continuity is dependent on telecos. So we need all your support as we drive the economy. Even our education system these days, the new curriculum in our secondary system is dependent on telecos. So they must be cyber resilient, they must be operational resilient. In summary, telecoms are at the center of everything. Our citizens, our colleague from National Water was here, banking industry was here, financial systems were here. All of them feed into what? Into telecoms. So resilience design is a question which we must ensure not only in cyber perspective, but also in operational perspective. The entire ecosystem must be secure as we move forward. I will move to that screen, to that session, because the other one had already been reviewed or explained by the colleagues who were here. In other words, what we do, baselining on MTN Uganda. Already the presenters in the morning hinted on this. We must identify our critical services, assets, single points of failures, suppliers, and regulatory obligations. The second thing is we must protect. That's when cyber comes in. Security by design, which was hinted on in the morning. But all in all, you must believe in what we call gaps start from inside, and it must start with me. That's how we protect. Then we must detect. We must have what we call knock. In some organizations, they believe that knock is only for monitoring ups and downs. But we created also what we call the SOC, the Security Operational Centers, which normally monitor issues related to cybersecurity. This is very important because it is the order of the day. Without this, they must be our eyes before the technical people intervene, the SOC people. Then we must have what we call threat intelligence within organizations. Our security organizations have what we call the internal, the ISO, the ESO, and the rest. But even internally, in our systems and the rest, we must use what we call threat intelligence and use also AI and the proper incident reporting mechanisms or warning. How do we respond? We respond through crisis triggers with clear roles, playbooks, communication templates, engagement. Remember, in the morning session, our colleagues were discussing who owns, but to me, I believe everybody owns it. It is not supposed to be the CEO or anybody. I believe everybody must own it. So you must run what we call simulations together. Majority of the simulations we run in this country are fire simulations. We are not running crisis simulations as far as cyber is concerned. We need to start doing this as a country. We need to drive this. I say the most important thing is outages are outages. Attacks are attacks. O2, which used to be on the jerseys of Arsenal, went down for 48 hours. Rogers in Canada went down for 18 hours. So outages are outages. We must accept as professionals. Things fall, as our colleague who sat the other side said in the morning. Things fail, but what is important is to reduce what we call the MTTR, the minimum time to recover. And how can we achieve this? Simple. You must simulate. You must have the people. You must have the correct vendors or the right vendors. You must have the correct escalation matrix. You must have clear communication channels. And then you must have a design to rebuild the trust with your customers, which is the main goal. So recovery is what is important. But in technology, investment in recovery, organization is rarely invest. Till when you are hit, that's when they wake up. Investments start. But the colleague said, always let us use clear language. You can't say DDoS and they will understand. You need to use the right words at the right time. Then always we must pick the learnings as we move. Because there is a saying that today it's me, tomorrow it's you. The truth is, in the next 48 months, someone will be hit. It is a reality of life. We've been having issues of cryptocurrency, which have been ongoing. There is something which has hit Ugandans in the last 1 week. Payb. I think it is Payb. It has taken people's money. And some of you were hit, I'm sure. So it is not always once. Tomorrow is for you. Oh, but what we need to do is to always be ready and not to hurry, mainly with the things related to money. We need to be alert. Always ask yourself a question. Is it worth it? This is simple click. Can I get $40,000? This is simple click. Can I win a Subaru? Those simple questions. So let us be ready so that we move forward together. No organization can defend itself alone. We depend on each other. Our colleague Peter from Rock hinted on it. And he said, you can't survive alone. It's like the real normal life. You can't survive alone. It's what we call a family. That's why a family exists in our culture. You cannot survive alone. We need these regulators. I would like to say thank you, UCC, for the collaboration of informative messages which you send to our customers. Bank of Uganda also communicates the same way. Please, thank you. That's how we are supposed to operate. Then our law enforcement officers and the rest. You heard what he said in the morning. The men in uniform, thank you very much. The financial sector and critical customers. We would like to say thank you. Infrastructure suppliers and the entire ecosystem. Telecos, we say that the core, but they are facing these so-called physical infrastructure damages. Fibers are cut every day. Fibers are damaged. Somebody takes fibers, if he's going to sell it, yet he can't sell it. But when we liaise with the law enforcement officers, the infrastructure company like ATC, ourselves, and then the regulators, we end up at least managing this for some time. Why do we do this? Share the risk. That's why outsourcing has started kicking in, or started kicking in 5 or 10 years ago. You share the risk. You share the risk and share the intelligence, share the preparedness, and in the long run, share the recovery. Finally, as I conclude, I would like to say, as we push cybersecurity and resilience, we must push it through even our children. They need to be aware of all these things. Things happen. They need to develop that, what we call the resilient skin. The way we handle systems, it starts with the people, processes, technology, and then the leadership till the governance level. They hinted on the board. These things are discussed in the boards. Quarterly, they present to the board. But one thing must happen, always be candid and straight like a ruler. You know, when we were in P3, P4, we used to use rulers. They were very straight. Just say it as it is. I have a problem here. If we don't fix this, this may happen. So overall, the policy is the foundation. Then some of us fight auditors. fight auditors and fight with our risk team within our organizations. Auditors are very important to us. They help us, they open our eyes. But we fight because we don't want to, maybe we don't want an audit item on our trackers. Yet the reality is they are telling you the truth. Even the risk teams, we fight them. Majority of you are not within risk or audit. You fight with the risk team. Always give them a chance. Listen to them. They will unhide something to you. So basically, organizational governance is very, very important. Then we need to do what we need to do as a team. We need to do what we call cyber simulations. They spoke about penetration tests, those phishing emails and the rest, all those things. Your phone, your kids are using gadgets. Try your level best to test them as they use their gadgets, so that you prepare them for tomorrow. As you push this internet everywhere, the digital economy, our kids are growing. Sooner or later, they will not be using cash. So we need to start early to train them to see how they move. Then I've already hinted on the governance side. For sure, resilience is not a new program. It is the discipline integrated within the existing capabilities and critical services. As a nation, and how we measure this, it needs to be a KPI on each and everybody. As you set goals, even if you are in human resource, you need to set a KPI, a key performance indicator for a resource. By end of year, maybe he has started some course in cybersecurity, even if it is a 2-minute course. Those basic things. Then scorecards. We need to strengthen national coordination as a team. Thank you, UCC team. And we need to motivate for fund resilience as a priority, because mainly people in financial institutions and banks and in telecos, what we've worked for in years can go. Brand can be damaged. Revenue can be lost. Even we employees, we can lose our jobs if we are not resilient in terms of operations and cyber security. In summary, together we can build a better digital future as we push our country. I would like to say thank you, and you've been silent. I don't know whether because you had a nice lunch or you were following what I was saying, but let me say thank you very much. We do appreciate. We appreciate you. I came with my 2 daughters who are doing engineering. We normally move together, and I expose them to such conferences. Stand up and you wave to the people. Thank you. They are doing electrical engineering. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your time. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
Can we give Abel another round of applause? I am pretty sure, young ladies, this is an eye-opener, and a number of others must be wondering. I hope you've not put a number of us in trouble. But John, come and take it away, and then I'll call you back for a short interaction.
Waiting for the slides. come up to the screen. Where is the file? Thank you. According to the Bank of Uganda, e-money transactions reached 326 trillion for the financial year ending June 2025. That was transacted by 8.4 billion transactions. Each one of those transactions was an act of trust. The trust that a mobile money transfer of 30,000 Uganda shillings will arrive at a village 300 kilometers away. No blue ticks, no red receipt, just the faith that it will arrive. The trust that a hospital in Hoima will retrieve medical records entered in Kampala. The trust that an e-government service will be available when a user logs in. Yet very few of us stop to ask, what makes that trust possible? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the next 10 minutes, we'll explore these three questions together. One, why should telecommunications infrastructure matter to you personally? Secondly, what turns that infrastructure into national cyber resilience? And thirdly, your role in all this. To get there, I would like to invite you on a journey along one of Uganda's busiest roads. How many of us have traveled Kampala-Masaka Road? Kampala-Masaka Road, someone traveled there? Okay. Then you probably remember what happened the time when the section between Chengera and Budo gave way to heavy rains. If you were on that road that day, what's the first question that came to your mind? It probably wasn't who built this culvert. It wasn't who built this road. It was a more personal but urgent question. How do I still get where I am going? That single question, ladies and gentlemen, tells us almost everything about resilience. Every day, Uganda's telecommunications infrastructure answers that question for millions of digital journeys. The road was never the destination. It made the destination possible. The moment it disappeared, everyone appreciated its value. Every mobile money transaction, every online class, every e-government service, all of that travels over Uganda's telecommunications infrastructure. That is why all government programs, national programs named digital infrastructure as foundational. Not because fiber, data centers, and mobile towers are the end goal, but because they enable every other goal. And this is where C-squared sits. Since 2013, we've built and operated an open access fiber network in the central region. One physical network available on equal terms to every licensed operator, underpinning the connectivity of Uganda's operators, ISPs, banks, data centers, name it. In cybersecurity terms, it's already been mentioned, critical national infrastructure. A classification now formally adopted by over 80 countries, according to the EU Agency for Cybersecurity. That takes us to our second question. What transforms this infrastructure into national fiber resilience? And we'll go back to that morning on Massacre Road. The road collapsed. Did Uganda stop moving? No. Today we know that traffic police redirected vehicles. The destination stayed the same, only the route changed. That is resilience. Telecommunications infrastructure becomes cyber resilient when it's designed to anticipate disruption, adapt to it, and recover quickly. Engineers call that diverse routing. Traffic reroutes instantly when a link goes down. That is resilience. Whether the cause is a flooding, cable vandalism, or a malicious actor probing our routers, that automatic diversion is resilience, built in long before the incident happens, like the previous speakers have mentioned. In cybersecurity, we call the same instinct defense in depth. Different vocabulary, same engineering mind. And this isn't theoretical. The World Economic Forum's global cybersecurity outlook has documented how in active conflict zones, like is currently going on, energy and telecommunications networks have been repeatedly targeted by both cyber and physical attacks in the same campaign. Why? Because degrading a nation's telecommunications infrastructure degrades everything connected to it. On the C-squared network, that means resilient ring topologies, automated failover, and a network operations center that works around the clock. Engineering built to keep the journey going when one route fails, whether disruption is physical or digital. Unlike my friend Ryoka usually says, one more for the road. So we'll take one more trip to that morning on Massacre Road. When Kampala Massacre Road was disrupted, the solution was never to completely build a whole new road overnight. The solution was to use the existing roads to maneuver, and traffic from the highway was redirected to district roads connected to municipal roads connected to community roads. As you can imagine, different authorities. Our telecommunications infrastructure works by the same principle. Our role is to contribute our part, connect it well to everyone else, and strengthen that resilience, the resilience of that ecosystem that we share. Through shared facilities, cross-connect interconnection, and open access infrastructure, independent networks become a resilient ecosystem. That same shared responsibility is why UGSAT exists, coordinating incident response across operators. So no single network defends itself alone. As one CISO put it, cybersecurity isn't just an IT function. It is business resilience, and by extension, national resilience, because resilience is achieved collectively, not individually. Allow me to return to where we began. Every year, 8.4 billion transactions place their trust in Uganda's telecommunications infrastructure. That money will arrive, that a hospital record will be there, that government services will be available. They simply trust. And what makes that trust possible? From all the speakers that have come before, and from what we've heard in the last few minutes, it's not one technology, not one organization, not one network. C-Squared's fiber is one thread. UGSAT's coordination is another. And your choice to actively choose to engage in this ecosystem adds another thread. It is designed to keep Uganda moving, whether the disruption is a flood on Massacre Road, or someone testing our defenses tonight when we're asleep. You'll never think of the culverts on that road. You'll just expect to arrive. The same is true for telecommunications infrastructure. And every digital journey begins with that trust. But the national cyber resilience is how we protect it. I would like to thank UGSAT and the UCC for convening this conference and for the opportunity to share our views on the role of infrastructure in securing Uganda's digital future. If anything I've shared tonight raises a question, a challenge, or an idea worth exploring further, my colleagues and I from the C-Squared team are around for 2 days at our booth. Would love to continue the conversation. Would love to connect. And I'll close with my ask. Collaborate before it's urgent. Build resilience before you are tested. And protect trust. Because once broken, it's the hardest connection to rebuild on this network. And of course, leaning into our national motto that asks us to serve for God and my country. Today in this room, that service looks like a line of fiber, a redundant route, and more importantly, a shared response plan. Different tools, same devotion. I thank you for listening.
Can we give John another round of applause? And here's why. John, if you have ever thought of anything else to do, I think poetry can certainly work for you. This presentation was one that just you had no idea what else was coming. It was technical, but also I want to say a bit of musical. So well done, John, well done. I like the analogy of Masaka Road. And when you asked us, I realized quite a number were hesitant to put up their hands, but they could relate with what you're sharing. So let me invite Abel to, we'll have about 10 minutes engagement with the two. And before we go into the next panel, conversation. So for this, we're looking at the whole aspect around telecom as a core infrastructure question. And the reason why it is important for us to pay attention to it. And so I'd like to ask you one question to you both, and you, from whatever perspective you want to look at it. The question around shared investment. Because what you're building, what you run, is shared infrastructure. At what point do you feel there is need for shared investment for us to claim shared infrastructure? Because you're not supporting just your business. All of you are creating infrastructure that's like a national road. But unlike national roads where they use our tax, you're using your money. Or just had a whisper, no, it is our money. Your take.
So, C-Squared, from its inception, has had the shared infrastructure in mind, operating on an open access model. We are completely wholesale. I know we may not have been seen walking into the door for a retail discussion. So that space in itself was initially built to ease that infrastructure penetration. And when this money is invested, then it can be recovered by that tenancy, that it's built to the scale that we can host as many as the market has, as many as Christian side has licensed. So that, I think for us, we are originally built for that. When we shifted to shared investment, for us it could speak to the three shareholders that we have that we report to, IFC, Convergency, and Mitsui. So in them, there lies a shared investment. These are three big companies that are supporting the Pan-African initiative because we are across 5 African markets. So it's inherent in our DNA as we operate shared investment, and on ground, we deliver shared infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, John. Abel.
I will approach this investing in telecos is not an easy muscle, it is a very heavy task. It is a very hard task to crack. And that's why you've seen very many telecos winning off the operations in this country, discarding of the operations in this country. Basically, when you approach in shared investments, you fulfill the obligations of the regulators, which they put, the license obligations. It is not worth it to invest in an area where you believe your competitor B has already invested. You rather become a partner. And then shared investment helps because of the intensivity of the capex required to put in these operations. If we use the same approach, even these fiber companies, they will stop creating the spaghetti in our country.
Like they say, the table you're shaking. As what? For this, I'll take you, Gideon. And like I said, just the question. So can I have the mics? There are 3 gentlemen. Back, so let's start at the back.
Goes to the panelists, the current ones. Since morning, everyone has spoken about by design, security by design, research in Uganda is already in shape in a way, okay? So by design generally means you have to start from scratch. So I want you to give me a realistic example on how you're going to embed by design which requires restructuring on a system which is already existing so that we continue performing rather than going and breaking down the entire system as per every conversation we've had so far. My second question goes to the gentleman with the beautiful girls. Thank you so much for your presentation.
So the first question was to the panel. The second question is to a specific one.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
just to be clear.
You touched something about the Ponzi scheme. It was about the Hat 8. And we've also had some in the past, like the BLQ. I understand that these companies actually use our local systems, the subscriber mobile money platforms, to get this money into their applications. My question is, how do they get to register into these systems? Actually, this goes to USRB, it goes to NITA, even UCC. If at all we are talking about fraud and cybersecurity, how do these companies register in Uganda and take the money from Ugandans? Thank you.
The questions today have something else. The second question is here, and the third question at the back. So, gentlemen, if you can be upstanding so that they can, then Gideon.
Thank you very much, sir. And good afternoon to everyone. My name is Simon Wamahe. I have a question for both gentlemen, whoever can take it on. Well, to give some background, at the beginning of the year, UCC shared or released a framework of regulations or guidelines for shared infrastructure for telecom companies, fiber providers. I just want to ask how are the telecom operators, the infrastructure developers, following up on those guidelines and regulations that were put in place? And then also in light of what we are handling here, cybersecurity, what security controls have you put in place to ensure that when you share that space with a different operator, let's say if C-Squared is sharing infrastructure with say, Airtel or MTN, how do they ensure that the other infrastructure is not a threat to them as well? But then you're achieving what UCC has set out of reducing that, you called it spaghetti lines. And of course, we see them all over the place. If you just walk out, you see several poles having several fiber lines.
Yes.
And it doesn't look nice. That's my question. I wish you could address that.
Okay, so we'll take the last one, and I'll Gideon over there.
Thank you very much. I'll speak as an advocate. I think telecoms are only targeting the big money.
So as an advocate of what?
Yeah, because, okay, I lead the CIO forum, so as an advocate for the IT sector, as the Muntu targeting the digital trust. Telecoms are targeting the big money, because this is my view. I think there's also some upgrade that needs to happen on your infrastructure. Because why is it that a villager is up to now being called, being told to withdraw, to put a pin? There are some nascent characteristics we're seeing in the digital trust ecosystem where people are calling people, telling them to withdraw money. I've been engaging border riders recently across Kampala, over 20,000, and there are a lot complaining about being subject to fraud cases of withdrawing money on their phones without their knowledge. And the quacks are still doing the same line of calling, using the infrastructure of telecoms to do this. So we also think there could be a conversation on the conversation of cybersecurity going to the Muntu Wawansi to protect them. Beyond the conversation, you know, I don't buy the conversation.
I hear you, yeah. And yeah, so what do you want us to do?
My question is that let's not talk about the awareness, usual conversation. We want here telecoms pledge, how soon, whether there are new ways to detect these quacks that are stealing people's money, and because we're not seeing that change over time.
Okay. I can see people trying to, for as long as a drunkard in my home village one time told me, he said, beware of anybody who has hair on their head. So for as long as we have hair on our heads, the thieves will be part of us. And I'm not exonerating these people here. I'm only saying, to what extent do we enable them and every citizen to ensure that their level of trust is not just on a call, but their level of trust gets them a little bit inquisitive. So Gideon, the question I'll turn back to you as an advocate. What do you need to enable you to become a cybersecurity advocate for the Muntu Wawansi that you represent here? I'll come back to you. Over to you, the panel. Because that's a conversation that we honestly need to have. Beyond just talking about cybersecurity awareness, we need to make sure that it transcends these walls and goes to those people. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. The question is very, very important. I will start with the gentleman who stood there and who spoke about the fraudsters. You know, the way, I'll give you an example of the mobile money, the way it works. We have what we call the open API, and then we have service providers like World Remit, which our colleagues used to send us money from foreign countries. I'm using YEPIP, which defrauded Ugandans recently. What they were doing, they were sending money through, I'll give you an example like World Remit, and it hit you. Because World Remit integrates with the mobile money providers through Open API. And that is the incoming. Then the outgoing, how do they take your money? They take your money either through Visa. You put in the last digits of your Visa card and your date of birth. The money will do what? Will move. In such a scenario, they will test you that really you can remit more money by sending you something, that you've gained this. And they will trigger, you'll get the appetite. And again you say, use my Visa card, and you put in maybe your $2,000, expecting more. That is the scenario. Meaning they play with your what?
No, they play on our unsatiable, that hunger for more.
Yeah, that hunger for more.
Yeah.
That hunger for more. Yeah, that's it. That is the first one. I will answer the next. If he doesn't answer it, he has another one he's going to answer. My colleague.
Respond to 3 questions. One is from the gentleman at the end. There is the question on resilience by design. And in that statement is you should have that resilience built in before you go for implementation. His question is, what if you already have a built network, right? And so how do you then bring in resilience? The example I'll give is Kampala Entebbe. We, in the fiber space, at one point, if someone wants a service, an interconnect, we have disaster recovery centers close to the airport. But at one point, on that Kampala Entebbe road, you only have that small space. But even if you're trying to look for route diversity on two sides of the road, there is that part where the lake is here, the lake is here. There's no differentiator. If there is anything that can knock out a cable, it will most likely knock out both sides. So the way we've handled it before is maybe go underground and also have an aerial cable. Now, the answer in it is that as the landscape evolves, and specifically to Kampala Entebbe Road, now we have the expressway, where we have an alternative that is not affected by the limitations of the old Kampala Entebbe Road. So you keep monitoring the landscape for any opportunities that can give you that route diversity, automatic failover, because in all this you are keeping an eye on resilience, on business continuity. So that's the clear example that I can give you in case you've already built. Just keep an eye on the vulnerabilities that still sit in your service delivery and be ready to launch and implement whenever there is an opportunity. Simon's question, it's a kind of two-in-one. The framework that UCC released sometime around March, though it was dated that it kicks off January 1st. So there is a number of, just in that statement, I'm trying to paint a message of some inconsistencies in the framework that are in discussions ongoing. The time frame for which we are meant to be compliant with that framework, with all its high CapEx requirements, is June 30th, 2027, next year. It was like maybe it's 1 year thereabout. There are discussions going on, and your next question on how far are we going with implementing? That's your first question. There are discussions going on. We are mindful that the city needs to be cleaned up. And so, wherever those in the space know that KCCA for every new road is building in ducting for utilities. And for most of the places we've been able to, take an example of Acacia, there are KCCA ducts. People have gone down. There could be some aerial cabling still up, but we should be able to go down. We know NITA has pioneered concrete poles, mostly on the outskirts of Kampala, but very soon they'll come in and those concrete poles will come in handy. The last quickly is security. Part of what we do, even before we collocate on poles, we have our cables labeled, and that is responsibility, that wherever you are, can you identify yourself? The technicians that go out, they could easily troubleshoot a different person's cable in case it's not labeled. So that is one, that clear identification of yourself. We've seen some people identifying themselves by color, but well, most of us from the past are black, but we have a label right on our cable. So we'll be able to identify ourselves. There will be records for every host, like the pole core. The host will have the tenants that they are hosting, because obviously there's going to be a commercial agreement. And so you want to be able to track your tenants and their obligations. Okay, we probably will do parting shots. So as you respond to that, your parting shot, I have eaten into Joseph's time, so, but yeah.
Okay, for parting shot, we all have what we call Montuawansi. You hinted on it. That's why the regulator and the government introduced the IDs. We all register, and earlier in the morning you heard when they were talking about the new IDs are not accessible because of the security requirements. The APIs were not ready to be hit for the registrations. People are registering genuinely these lines, genuinely, meaning you don't blame the telecoms. But as he hinted on, he said, we live with bad people. We live with people with other intentions other than what we are doing. But through collaboration, through informative actions, as you said, we are doing this. The good thing is AI has come. What we are trying to do, we are still incubating the idea. A minute. What we are trying to do, we are incubating the idea. We are trying to, internally, through our revenue assurance, we have what we call AI inside. We try to trend the calls out to going, and we see why is this one calling. Then we are trying to implement through our B2C, which is business to customer, to see why is someone being called 10 times a day, yet he doesn't receive such calls. Pray for us that these ideas pass, and then we shall see how we collaborate with the regulators and UGSAT and the rest to see how we manage this. That's through our innovation area in MTN Uganda. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I will repeat the statement that every day people put trust, the citizens put trust in Uganda's telecommunications infrastructure. Many digital journeys are traveling over this digital infrastructure. So the call on us is to build this infrastructure mindful so that we do not betray their trust.
Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for these gentlemen? So Joseph, I'm going to give you a task. As you come to take on your session, come with those two packages on the table and hand them over, and then you'll segue into your session. That's what they call alignment. Put together our hands and we appreciate the two gentlemen. The one thing I take away from this session is that I like the way every speaker is trying to break down some of this stuff that is extremely technical to everybody so that they can be able to appreciate it. So Joseph, do the honors and then a photo with the two gentlemen. Clap if you're clapping. Thank you. Okay, can you take a photo with the two gentlemen? No. Thank you, Abel. Thank you, John. Much appreciated. So over to you, Joseph. I know we've eaten into your time. Run your show. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for sharing your platform with me to guide this session. I think should be about our second last for the day. And before I even go any further, I think Michael and the convening team, the cybersecurity team at the UCC, have done a very fantastic job in keeping us within time. I think they deserve a very big clap. Very rare occasions do you get to the second last bit of the day and you are just barely 20 minutes out of schedule, and the convener is even apologizing for that. Who does that in Africa? But karibuni sana, my name is Joseph Kizito. I work at the Uganda Communications Commission. I head the Consumer Affairs function. And it's only a great pleasure that I'm here to moderate the last session, which takes us to the people side of things, the people's side and their welfare in the spaces we've been talking about since morning. I welcome all of you once again, observe all the protocol as laid out, and recognize you in your different capacities. We've talked a lot about the systems, about the frameworks, about the technical side of things, with a lot of attempt to make it as understandable to the human, the people side of things as possible. But this session, which comes almost at the tail end, I think takes us now clearly to the other side, the end user side of things, and how badly off we are, and what we can do to secure ourselves better as we go into this, because it's now a way of life. We are not going to turn back. We are not going to be like the Israelites when they reached the desert. After being rescued from slavery, they turned to Moses and told, but boss, the other side were slaves, but at least we're eating. So we are not going to, because where we are now, digital financial services is taking us better. We're told in the morning how the digital economy is registering a very unprecedented achievement. Is growing, the fastest in the world. I think the one in Africa is growing 8 times the global rate. So we are not going back. We're not going to be the Israelites, take us back. We're slaves, but at least we're eating. But if we don't do anything, maybe that question will pop a little later. To discuss all this, I have a panel of 4 people who I'll invite here to join us. I'll start from the banking industry. I'll invite Diana Tukundane Agaba. Yeah, please come and take your seat. Diana is the Chief Information Security Officer at Stanbic Bank, Uganda. If you know this ecosystem, before digital technology came, we were okay with the banking halls. We'd take our money there, go away. And the Dianas had our money. You're welcome. But as technology kept eating into our lives, into our spaces, we started getting the fintechs. And to represent that space, allow me to invite Mr. Kenneth Kwesiga, Director FitSpam, and also doubling as Chief Executive Officer at IoTech. These are the people who give us the tools, the applications, to take us away from the banking halls and transact with our primary bankers. Then the third one is from the regulatory space. My colleague from the UCC, Mr. Magaiva Mugamba, who works as the manager, data protection and legal services. The regulator UCC, with other regulators, BOU mentioned them, we sit at the top of the apex to ensure things on the ground are moving smoothly. Then lastly, my 4th panelist is Mr. Japhet Aritho, Managing Director, Airtel Mobile Commerce Uganda Limited. These are the people who make sure that we're able to transact, we're able to do business wherever we are, whether we're in our beds, in our cars, in our sitting rooms. So Japhet Aritho, you're most welcome to this panel discussion. Mindful of the time culture, I'll not dwell so much on the nitty-gritties. I'll go straight into the questions, and I also alert that let's not be the panel that misbehaves and upset Michael. Let us manage, and then we'll allow some minutes at the end so that we have some conversations. Now, the first question, let me start with the person I invited first to the floor. Diana, I'll use some 10 minutes here, a minute or 2 for each one of you to share one question. Diana will take it first, but the rest you can be thinking about it as we progress with the discussion. Diana, as more Ugandans use mobile money, banking applications, and digital credit, examples, microloans, and the buy now, pay later arrangement, criminals are also increasingly exploiting people and their digital identities rather than the technology alone. The criminals are not targeting the technology alone, they're also stealing somebody's identity. What is that one thing, as you start the conversation, that the destination you're thinking that runs through your mind? What is that one thing that the sector, do you think the sector should put emphasis on to reduce harm from social engineering, SIM swap, and account takeover? Yeah, take it, Diana. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. That's quite a loaded question. And when you talk of identity in this era and age, we know that our identity has evolved from who I am, my name, my village, or the religion I affiliate myself with, but to the extent of the things that I do online also become my identity. You have seen when you have a thought, you have actually not yet verbalized it, but you start getting, adverts that are speaking to that thought that you have. And I will not go into the nitty-gritty of how, our mobile phones are, eyes to whatever we are doing and thinking. But that then expands the scope of who we are as individuals. When we look at, our mobile numbers as an example, it's also now a critical identity. My mobile number can identify me, not just because of the name they have put behind that mobile number, but it's able to give you, to map me out to the extent of where do I live, how do I hang out, which places do I visit and I like to eat from. And hence, I think the biggest thing that we need to do is, first of all, create that awareness of what is an identity. And if every individual is able to appreciate that, the identity goes beyond a name, and the identity is also part of what you do, and hence, what you do can inadvertently make you a target, then people will protect whatever they do digitally, on the internet or wherever, because whatever you do continues to expand what identifies you as an individual, and hence, that then would inform how best you need to protect yourself.
Indeed, like you rightfully said, identity theft, the primary, is the base for fraud. As I think an information security officer, you're best placed to know this. You'll expound out a little more as we go to your other question in the detail. Let me go to Mr. Kwesiga. The same question. I don't know whether you want me to repeat it for you. All right. Like Diana said, it's quite lengthy. As more Ugandans use mobile money, banking applications, and digital credit, criminals increasingly exploit people and their digital identities rather than the technology alone. What is that one thing the sector should emphasize to reduce harm that emanates from social engineering, SIM swap, and account takeover? About a minute or two.
Okay. Thanks very much. So I think one thing that I would say this sector should emphasize is something that they've already been doing. I know one of our members, CIO, has said we've over talked about awareness, but I don't think we can get tired of that. Earlier speakers talked about an SMS that came from, I think, Diana, on your side, there's an SMS that came from Stanbic. Sorry, I'll put you on the spot. But it was, at the right time when we needed it, because you receive an SMS and it's telling you to log in or change your password. And if it finds a non-savvy person, they will actually think that it's a legitimate SMS. So putting more emphasis on the awareness, telecom sending SMSs, informing people, these campaigns that have been put on TV, Tomfera, those kind of campaigns in local languages, making sure that you don't take anything for granted. Because we can sit here and speak a lot and assume that people know what to do. But if you go down, on the ground, even in our own family members, your own parents, you'll notice that it's easy to scam them. If you just sent them a link and told them click it, they will click it. So really, the one thing that the sector should not get tired of doing is continuous awareness. I submit.
All right. The same issue, the same subject of awareness comes up, but awareness is now being critiqued. Is it because, maybe you'll get to this a little later, is it because the consumer, our target people, are not included at design level? Here we go again, design. When we're designing these campaigns, Tomfera, SimClear, whatever, Better Steady, what is the consumer input, consumer inclusion? So I think we'll get back to that a little later. Mr. Mugamba Magaiva, the same question. I'm sure you've heard it twice. Mind? I may not have to read it.
Good afternoon. Mine is more from really the regulatory angle. And based on your question, I think I'll split it into two spheres. One, we're looking at swim swapping. Okay? The next, we are looking at issues of social engineering. Did I get the question correctly? Now, when you talk about swim swapping, that's where someone is able to get into your phone, get all your details, and that attacker is able to use the phone to their advantage. Now, Uganda is not lacking in laws. The laws, we have them. But one thing we must know is that a SIM card operates like a bullet. Either the SIM card will help you to achieve your objective, or it will not. Now, we have various laws. We have the UCC Act, like you emphasized earlier on the issue of protection of the consumer. That's well brought out to protect the consumers. You have the recent RICA regulations, which we did regarding sensitizations, where it criminalizes under Section 28 and 27 on you registering outside set procedures. And this also applies to the telecom operators out here. Someone is liable to a fine of about 5 million. But the question is, do they learn? Because they keep innovating. We have issues of biometric verification. NIRA was around, the issues on readers and having the police letters, as well as the national IDs. We already have the Computer Misuse Act, okay, for unauthorized access, as well as the penal code, which goes against unauthorized access. But all this, the most important thing in all this is vigilance. Vigilance, Joe. So the laws exist. Now you switch to social engineering. Okay? You have aspects of phishing, you have aspects of pretexting. The same laws apply. You have the computer misuse, you have the data protection, you have the penal code, you have the electronic transactions, where fake scams come and people promise you money. The issue is the laws are there, but what are we doing in terms of enforcement?
Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Rito, the same question. I'm sure it's registered properly and you've had your thoughts organized now. Please run with it.
First, I want to appreciate this opportunity to share my perspective on this very important topic. When I was going through the question of social engineering, looking at SIM swap and takeovers, they're actually overlapping, if you look at it from our perspective, in that for you to take over, you have to do a SIM swap. For you to do a SIM swap, you have to start with social engineering because there is some information that you have to pick for you to be able to walk to a retail or to an outlet and do a SIM swap. So all of them are intertwined. I think these challenges are not new, and it's good that we are discussing them today. For us who have been in the mobile money space, these challenges started many years ago. And we are just going to share some of the things that telcos have done that has helped the industry today, so that we don't look at if this is a beginning of finding solutions. When SIM swap became rampant and banks were the main targets, we were able to identify one challenge, that banks were not able to detect when SIM swap is done. We in telcos and mobile money, we could tell that this SIM swap has been done, and we could implement what we call cooling period to make sure that during that time, nobody can transact on that SIM card. But banks did not have any way of identifying. So what did we do? We created APIs, very simple API done internally, not even by any sophisticated developer, which you have exposed to all banks. Today, if anybody is defrauded through a SIM swap in Uganda, you can ask the bank, why are you defrauded? Because telcos, and especially for us in Airtel Money, we pushed the central bank to make sure that every single bank implement that IMSI check API. And it has covered quite a number of things. So today's topic also is something that we need, obviously, to have this kind of communication. And I know some of the things of social engineering. Again, I will share an example that Airtel has done in the recent past. And I know it's a very topical, whereby we put an anti-spam solution. That anti-spam is using very, very sophisticated IT data, large data analytics and AI to identify some patterns of the SMSs that are sent to our subscribers and be able to alert the subscriber that this is a suspicious fraud SMS. And that, again, has been able to curve a lot of social engineering messaging that is there. So there is a lot that has been done in the industry, but there's a lot to do in order to become safe as an industry.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ritho. And from what I summarized from this opening question, the takeaways are on awareness, rethinking on the awareness, because the question was, what is that thing you would want to put emphasis on? But from across the panel, rethinking the awareness approach, revisiting the KYC process, registration, vigilance on the laws, are they working? And then detecting the churning process, detecting mechanism, and the cooling thing that you mentioned. As we go to now to the second part of our questions, initially I thought the theme had been displayed on the screen. I talked through it, but I could read it for you here. This panel 2 is talking about preparing a more secure digital future by protecting digital financial services. That is through addressing social engineering, SIM swap, and account takeover. That's the theme for discussion. Diane, I'm coming back to you on the discussion of fraud. As a person in customer information security, fraud can begin through one channel, such as the USSD, and be completed through another, such as the mobile application. How can banks strengthen security across these channels while ensuring a seamless experience for legitimate customers? That discernment.
Thank you for that. I'll start by, making the statement that we all know that fraud has evolved, and especially from a banking standpoint. Many years ago, we knew it was just one channel. You go to the branch, we're able to identify you, and hence then complete the transaction. So what we're grappling with at that point in time was either impersonation or actually insider fraud where, our own staff, go rogue. But with the introduction of digital channels, where now someone knows that I can, start with a SIM swap and maybe end up into the application or the mobile application, change credentials from there, but then cash out from a mobile money wallet. So what we have done is that rather than have this single point of failure, whether fraud had to happen at one point, right now it can start at one point, but the cash out is, the fraudster has numerous ways in which they can cash out. What does that mean? That if you came and were just protecting each digital channel in isolation, you find yourself at a point of where, yes, you're able to say, I picked up an abnormal issue on USSD, but I didn't see where it disappeared to. And then you have the customer saying, no, this fraud happened on internet banking as an example. So that brings the question to say, do we still need to just protect or put security measures at every channel in isolation, or look at it from a customer journey point of view? So if a customer started a journey on USSD, I know it can end up at multiple touch points, and can I trace it through all those multiple touch points that then gives me comfort that I'm able to see that are fraud. The other aspect that comes with this ecosystem that we work in is the fact that, again, we want to enable the customer transact seamlessly, have the flexibility to do things at different points. But when we have approached the remediation of these threats in isolation, we have tended to create more friction for the customer. Because now you have an issue on USSD, you go and put security controls there. And then the fraudster, who is primarily initially your customer, by the way, they have gone through all the different processes. So now they know you have locked SIM swap detection with the capability that Airtel has talked about. They'll go to another channel because you allow instant vouchers, say at an ATM, where they don't need to have a card. So all they have to do is go to the channel, issue an instant voucher, come and cash out the ATM. How are you creating a chain as a bank that enables you to see all that? So thinking through that, then the key takeaways or the key things that we need to pay attention to, like I've said, move from channel controls to journey level visibility that then enables us to secure that customer. The other one is around applying risk-based authentication, not just blanket friction, where we are able to say the customer, if they're doing a transaction on their normal device, they have not changed anything, I shouldn't introduce a re-authentication. But if they have changed their password, added a beneficiary, and I can look at the trends of multiple processes just happening in a short period of time, that should trigger me to say, you know what? This needs stronger authentication in that process. The last one is really building a stronger bank and telecom intelligence sharing. Because as much as banks are grappling with these frauds on, say, USSD, we know also telecoms are using the same channels maybe to churn out mobile money. How do we share what fraudsters are finding as gaps within these channels that then enables us collectively to address those gaps in the digital?
Okay, thank you very much. Very good points, but my question would be, which you can think about later, maybe come in your next opportunity to speak. All this, how does it impact on the quality of experience, the end user?
And
maybe in 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's the key thing I said. Let's apply risk-based authentication and not blanket friction. Because when we deal with a channel individually, then we keep adding security controls at every different channel and creating friction at that. And yet we are saying USSD maybe what they can only compromise there is access. But they know that the cash out is going to be, I say, at the ATM. How do I apply an ATM limit that also helps me prevent the USSD access, but still not creating friction of over re-authenticating at all different channels when it's not necessary? Yeah.
Thank you, Diana. Kenneth, I'm coming to you. Kenneth, in Uganda's fintech ecosystem, there are firms that are different stages of growth. In your thinking or from your experience, you're a practitioner there, what proportionate cybersecurity practices would strengthen trust without making compliance unmanageable for the smaller innovators? I'll cut the question to that.
Hello? Thank you, Joseph. So the key point you've mentioned there is that most of the players in our sector, you will find, yes, they are in the nascent stages. They're growing 0 to 5, 5 to 7, and maybe 10 years. Yeah. So the biggest challenge to business growth in those stages is CapEx, if I may put it that way. Now, to us, actually, we have way more problems than the bigger players, the telecoms and the banks. Diana has talked about USSD, and it's one of the things, it's one of the most used infrastructure. It's very good, it reaches the last mile, but its biggest challenge is that everything on it is transferred in plain text. I don't know if we understand the intensity of that. Now, to the telecoms and the banks, they can control that risk of plain text because they own the USSD. But in a sector like ours, you'll find most players can't afford the 15,000 USD per year that McGaver is going to charge for the USSD. So you'll find that now the players in the fintech sector have to go on a shared USSD. Now the shared USSD, remember, is transferring everything in plain text, including pins, right? So we now have to think of how do we then protect ourselves. We understand the problem as startups. You can't afford the infrastructure, so you have to go on the shared approach. But then the shared approach also has its own challenges. So what we've been really working with at FITSPA and trying to encourage every member is to say, map out your risk on a spectrum of, say, technology, people, and insurance. And I noticed that most of the items we've been discussing today has really been on the technology side. But the biggest cybersecurity threat is actually people. Your staff and the staff of the people that you serve. Because once you have your staff, you're a team of what? 20, 13 people, 50 people. That is already a risk in terms of who has access to the information that you're carrying within your systems. You're onboarding your customers, and part of the KYC you're capturing is national IDs. But how is your system storing that information? Is it storing it in plain text, people's national IDs, or is the text actually encrypted at rest? Now, if you have a team that is not trained or is not taken through workshops to appreciate the use of data, what happens if 2 or 3 members of your team connive and expose customer data? Because cybersecurity is not just limited to financial data, it's also expounded to customer data, KYC. And some of that KYC is personal identifiable information. If you don't protect that, or if you don't have mechanisms within your organization to do that, then there's going to be a challenge. So under technology, we've encouraged people to consume the APIs that Japheth has been talking about. There's so many APIs that can protect you as a startup. You don't have to build this technology from scratch. There's device swap API, there's SIM swap API, there's number recycle API, there's ID number insight. All these APIs are available, and at a cost where you pay for what you use. You don't have to spend a lot of money on building that infrastructure. So we encourage our members to consume those APIs at a technology level, and that can help them reduce the risk that they're exposed to. Under people risk, we do a lot of hand-holding at the Secretariat. We encourage them to do policy development. We encourage them to get certified. Certifications like ISO 27001 are quite expensive, but once you go through it, you get to appreciate why you need to have policies within your organization. Even simple things as bring your own device, right? Yes, you are a startup, but do you manage how your staff, let's say your staff are bringing their own laptops, and they are accessing company information using their own laptops. And this is a common thing that happens, for example, at a startup that is taking on interns. They don't want to invest, or they might not be able to invest in laptops. The intern comes with their own laptop, but then they're using the laptop to access company information. Some of that company information is customer information. So having policies such as bring your own device and actually having them in there and making sure that they are active policies helps the startups to reduce the risk that they're having. Then, of course, also insurance. Cybersecurity insurance is now in the market. There are companies that are offering it out of Dubai, and in an affordable manner, not the likes that are very, very expensive. So what we've done with our members is try to get them to map their exposure on those 3 verticals: technology, people, and insurance. I submit.
Okay. Thank you, Kenneth. You mentioned a number of things, and I know at FITSPA you are self-regulating. You have a regulator, but to a fair degree you do some good self-regulation, because when you mention things like APIs, risk mapping, information sharing, I think the regulator's role becomes prominent there. And it's from that point that I'll go to Mr. Mugamba from the UCC. Magaiva, from a regulatory and legal perspective, what areas require clearer guidance and stronger coordination among telecom operators, financial service providers, regulators, and the aspect of law enforcement to respond to swim swaps and takeovers, the basis of our...
Yeah, you forgot to add, and consumers. But you see, when we are making laws, we elicit public comments. So I'm going to give you a quick tip. One, ignorance of the law is not a defense. Okay? I want you to take out your phones and dial *197. 30 seconds only. That *197 will help you check the number of SIM cards registered under your national ID. The reason I'm telling you that is because, for example, illegal SIM card registration is an offense. Now, UCC as a regulator has licensed prosecutors, and we are very grateful that there's a utilities court which is present. Recently, we were able to get a conviction and a sentencing for a gentleman called Bosco Kasozi. Now, Bosco Kasozi registered several Airtel SIM cards. He used the details of a single customer before selling to other individuals. I think you can see how the ecosystem is working. Now, those illegal systems that he had obtained were used to disrupt frequencies of radio stations. You see the ecosystem? We were lucky that he got to be sentenced for 4 years. Okay, some could say maybe he needed more, but it's a start. And there's other things we've registered, some successful rates. But basically, when you encounter these problems, the most important thing, one, is vigilance. Two, report to a service provider. Even these service providers, by the way, they are also responsible for registration that is done illegally and where verification has not been done well. Okay? File a police report. You have a UCC toll-free number. Okay? If a telecom, for example, fails to investigate or fails to follow verification procedures, the RICA regulations are there. So this coordination, of course, it needs more, but I'm glad that we're on the right path and we coordinate when we are all faced with these, for example, SIM card issues. Right from the moment of investigation, where we coordinate with them, up to the process where they are ultimately imprisoned or fined. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MacGyver. Japheth, let me come to you for this, the last bit of this round. We spent years telling users a very interesting song of please do not share pins, do not share passwords. Yet, social engineering continues to thrive. What should the industry change from where you sit, where you view things? What should the industry change in the way it approaches consumer cybersecurity awareness?
Thank you for this very important question once again. And it's very interesting because just like you have said for many years, we've been telling the customer that make your PIN secure, just repeat the ones you have said. But fraudsters have continued to scam and still continue to win the service. I think I will take back to almost where we started today, because today's conversation, everything was centered around at the point of designing the service. You need to make sure that vulnerability cannot be cured by just awareness. If you think awareness will cure the vulnerability, then you are getting it wrong. My take in today's engagement, and I think it gives me an opportunity also to contribute, is if you look at there are two major things that we are looking at today, which I know one of my colleagues has also shared. One is the technology vulnerability. I think to an extent, this is being cured significantly by technology, and those are things that we continue to see getting advanced. But human vulnerability remains a big challenge and a big threat to us. So one of the things that all of us thought is when you send a message to say that keep your PIN secure, you are protecting the consumer. But if you have been listening to the calls, because sometimes we have an opportunity to listen to the calls by the scammers, they will tell you, they will start by telling you exactly what we are telling you, that in Airtel, you are not supposed to share your PIN. That's how they start, this opening statement, and then they will trick you into sharing. And they will tell you, do not, make sure that even you are in a separate location. You don't even, if is there anybody closer to you, if you tell them yes, they tell you, can you just move away from that person? Because they are trying to make you feel like whoever you are sharing with is not a scammer, it's just as an employee because of the impersonation. So my thinking and my take is when we are developing these solutions, let's, for example, assume you are making a journey, you are building the journey for the P2P, or you are building the journey for utility payment. We need to keep in mind that the scammer might be able to break through the social engineering security that we are putting. So what we need to do? The beauty of it is today technology has changed. The other day, I had an experience where I changed my device, and credit to the financial institutions, I could not transact in any of the apps. I had to go back to every single financial service provider to update my device for it to be able to access the service. It's not the best solution, but if you compare losing the money and that inconvenience, I didn't take it very negatively. So it tells me then there is conscious in the product design that we are actually keeping in mind that somebody could be scamming, and that's why you check whether the device is married to the account. And for us, exactly that's what I know. I have my CIO here, Raymond, has ensured that every time you change your device, we are able to detect that the device has changed. So even if it's a scammer who has taken over your account, already the device has changed. We are able to protect that account. Again, similar to what we have done on SIM swap. When the SIM card changes, again, the technology is able to tell you that this SIM card has changed, so you can block the transaction. So for me, the biggest thing that we need to keep in mind as a technology, as a digital providers, is to make sure that at the design level, we keep in account that this awareness we keep on driving does not solve the problem in the industry. And I don't want anybody who is in this space to blame the consumer. Because I also interacted with a person who is a scammer. And when you listen to them, they say they like when somebody speaks good English. Actually, it's very difficult to scam someone who doesn't speak good English. Because they are able to interact with you, and they make you comfortable. They tell you, your line is being blocked. So there are things that we need to keep in mind, and all the things that we need to keep as we go into the future is to look at the point of designing our services. Are we protecting the consumer from this kind of attack?
Thank you very much. I think somewhere in your parting shots a little later, you will tell me whether tomorrow when we go out there, we shouldn't sing about the song of pins and passwords. I see our time is running out. Still have some minutes. Mike, I think you'll also give me some added time for VAR. But within the minutes remaining, I think let's open it up to the audience for some 2-3 questions. Then I'll come back to the panel, give us some parting shots on any angle you may want to take, but probably to think about what is that thing, one thing you'd want to see change in the next 12 months from the many factors that have been mentioned. The floor is open. Some hands, please. Thank you. I saw a hand here. One here. The lady. Okay, let's start from there.
Thank you so much. My name is
Nelson. You have the mic already.
Thank you so much. My name is Nelson Mandela. I'm the CEO of a microfinance institution called Mackenzie Microfinance Limited. So
you may want to be a little clearer.
I'm saying my name is Nelson Mandela, CEO of Mackenzie Microfinance Limited. So my question goes to the people from, actually literally all the panelists. I don't know why is it taking so long for telecommunication companies to adapt to digital verification of people who already have national ID with NIRA. Probably they have just misplaced. Because if you look at the process of getting a national ID, it can even take like 6 months or 3 weeks. So within that period, if all your phones have gotten lost with your SIM card, that means you are totally off, you are cut off, because telecommunication companies don't allow you to get another SIM card using somebody's national ID. And one of the excuses these guys have been giving that, you know, after 10 years, your faces may develop and you become a different person. My question, like, assuming I've just gotten my national ID maybe 3 months ago and it got lost, does it mean I've changed so much that financial institutions or MTN Mobile Money or Airtel cannot verify my identification? So that's my question. Thank you.
Right.
I think the question regarding verification, that one would have to be addressed to NITA. But what I can say, we are all under the Ministry of ICT. So we as UCC aid NIRA in issues concerning biometrics, thumbprints, elderly people, people who have issues with their thumbprints, casual laborers. So we've formed a working relationship with NIRA where we can aid in their verification, okay? Now, we don't get involved in the issue of replacement. Replacement is purely a NIRA aspect. Then there was the issue of, it's good you gave the issue of 90 days. Now, telecom companies are at liberty to make money. There are instances where people get SIM cards and they don't use those SIM cards. Now, the law is very clear. If your SIM card is not used for a period of about 90 days, it's churned in the pool and given to someone else because it's not adding any value to the economy. It's depleting the resources of the telecom company. So when you do not use it, when you don't do any kind of transaction on it, it's churned. The best you can do is send a message, the text, just do any kind of mobile money transaction. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mugamba. The lady?
Thank you so much. My question came because of Diana. She talked about identity theft. This one is particularly about the national IDs. When organizations ask us to write our names and full names in open registration books, what safeguards are required to prevent that information from being copied, photographed, or misused for identity theft? Is collecting full name necessary? This particularly goes to the regulators in the room. Is it necessary to correct the full names by those organizations? And what safeguard alternatives are available? Also, what is the recommended standard for organizations collecting names, and who is responsible for enforcing those standards? Thank you so much.
Okay. Firstly, previously, the identification document that was used throughout the country, there were various forms. Some would use birth certificates, others would use driving licenses, others would use a picture, others would use I don't know what. But currently, under the legal regime, what we use is the national ID. Now, the national ID and its issuance, its renewal, that's a preserve of NIRA, okay? Now, in terms of the safety of your information, the government is mandated to process your personal data, provided it is for a lawful purpose. However, if an entity obtains your information without your consent, that's a violation. The justification will only be for a lawful purpose. Now, I imagine the reason why NIRA collects your information is for purposes of identifying you and for purposes of knowing who are the citizens of this country. And you are at liberty whenever you go to NIRA or any of these data controllers or processors who have your information. you're at liberty to inquire on what they're using your data for, on how long they intend to use it, okay? Whether they'll retain it, for whatever justified purpose. On the issue of, I think those were the two issues. For the NINs, that would be NIRA.
Okay, I think okay.
My name is Brighton. I'm from Macquarie University Business School, doing Bachelor of Commerce. So currently, Uganda's financial system runs through different four rails. That's banks, telecommunication companies, fintechs, and tax authority via IFRIS. But then, a cybersecurity breach anywhere in that chain distorts the financial and tax data everyone downstream relies on. As a panel, whose responsibility is it when a breach in one rail corrupts the entire system, corrupts the trust in the entire system? And is there a shared framework beyond individual compliance for restoring data integrity across institutions after such an incident?
Maybe I can attempt to answer this question.
Okay.
First of all, I think this is a very important question because if you look at the language we speak today in our country, we talk about ecosystem. Ecosystem means there is a lot of players. And I'll take it from, if you look at the mobile money business specifically, it relies on banks. That's where the physical money is sitting, and that's where the e-money creation starts. Then it comes to the wallet, and then from the wallet, it might go to one of the aggregators, then down to a customer or an agent. Any of the players, a weakness in any of the systems could be exploited. It could be actually a bank system where there is a gap, and the fraudsters is able to influence or is able to use that weakness to attack to commit the fraud. It could be also an API that has been provided by either operator, either mobile money again or the bank, or it could be one of our third-party partners, who could be an aggregator, whose weakness has been exploited. I think there is need, and I think what you are asking us to develop, I don't think we have today, because every time fraud happens, everybody goes into defensive mode. Nobody wants to take responsibility. But there is need for us to find a way of evaluating who could have prevented this fraud from happening. Because the liability should actually go to who could have prevented this abuse from happening. Some scenarios have happened in our case, and especially in Airtel Money since I joined. A few incidents has happened where even the customer is at fault, but you are able to say that, but I could have helped this customer to prevent this loss. And we have ended up refunding some of those cases where you feel your system could have prevented. It doesn't mean they are not liable. They are liable, but still you take that responsibility, because that way we are going to help the ecosystem and create trust. So that maybe that's what I could give as my response. I don't know whether it satisfies you, but I will ask my panelists to add.
And I have a rejoinder there.
To that is really, and he's alluded to it, to say we are in an ecosystem. Collaboration stops being a nice to have, but a critical cyber control, especially when we're talking about cybercrime. To the extent that there are multiple touch points that collectively, if they were working together, this could have been stopped. The other thing that we know is that, of course, we are different levels of maturity when it comes to even the controls we are putting in place. Through collaborations, we can, pull each other up and make sure that at least we have some level of comfort in the security that is at different touch points. So for me, how we win that is collaboration, because your point is that it is an incident on one channel, but it's eroding the trust across the entire ecosystem. And if we appreciate that that impacts us as a whole, not that one person where the incident actually started. Then we'll have a better way of managing and avoiding repeats, because it's surprising that you have one fraud incident happening at one point, and 2 months later, exact the same replay is happening, and you could say, what could we have done as an industry to make sure the next person doesn't fall to the same incident?
All right. Thank you, my panelists. The lady, did you have an issue there? You stayed standing for some time. You were not responded to satisfactorily. Is your right to complain to the commission? MacGyver, you didn't do a good job.
Thank you so much. Maybe he didn't get the question very well. My question was about us. You go to a certain place, they request you that you redo a registration in their physical book, and then you write in your names. They want your names and your NIN. You write them there. So that information which you've given out, you do not know where it is going to end up. My question was, how can we ensure that we regulate such information to be collected by such people who do not have control over certain sensitive information like that?
I think that's clearer. Who would you like to answer that question?
Anyone, especially the regulators.
I think you didn't hear my response very well. But anyway, when you provide your information to the person collecting, I emphasized earlier that there's a Data Protection and Privacy Act. Within that act, it governs how your information must be collected. However, if you're a government agency, for example, like NIRA, which collects your personal information, NIRA is lawfully obligated to collect that information to use it for a purpose. However, when you're dealing with a private entity, you have a right to ask those people how they are dealing with your personal data. Do they have policies in place? Do they have notices in place? And if you get an issue with how your personal data is being handled, you have a right to appeal to the Personal Data Protection Authority office, which is under the Ministry of ICT. Now, I cannot answer for every individual who collects personal data, but you, as an individual, must be vigilant on how your information is collected. I don't know if that at least answers a bit of your question.
Yeah, I think you've done a better job than your first attempt. But we have Mr. Michael Bamwesige, who's the head of IT at UCC. He can give us a little more elaboration on the verification process that is based on the work done by NIRA. There's a relationship we have with NIRA. Michael?
Okay, thank you, Joseph. I'll just touch on two issues. The first one, Mr. Mandela asked about why the process for registration is so cumbersome that every time you go, they're asking you for your information all over again. Just to give a history, when that process started, remember we started with every number should have a NIN. So there's even a process where you would put your NIN and then they match it against whatever numbers. But then we realized that there were so many numbers and so many NINs that didn't seem to correspond. Then that changed to what the current process is. And it was made that stringent because of the crime then that we had experienced coming out of SIM card registration and the use of SIM cards. But NIRA, and I don't speak on behalf of NIRA, but I'm just giving the work that we're trying to work out what to do with NIRA. NIRA has a new system, and someone talked about it earlier in the morning. The system responsible for issuing the new national IDs that we have, technology called MOSIP, same system used in India and many other places. So what we're trying to do, even as we work towards the journey of having a digital ID, is we're doing that whole process to purely do verification based on your biometrics. So you don't have to show your ID, only your biometrics, and registration will continue like it has been doing. The second option we are working with, also with NIRA, is what they call access, they're able to provide at least what they have stored on their side, maybe your face, so that they can be physically matched with a person standing before an agent to say, yeah, this is.
I didn't switch you off, sir. But thank you. I think you made a good attempt. I'll see my clock is way out of time, and I've seen the other mic was beginning to stand up a bit. So I think we should be summing up. I think that's as much as we can take from the audience. Let me borrow a minute and a half from Michael to give my panelists at least half a minute to give a parting shot and we exit the stage. Thank you. Yeah, Diana, start the way you did.
Okay, I think given that we are just talking about digital trust, my parting shot is that digital trust is built when a customer knows that even as channels increase and are interconnected, we are able to, one, protect their identity, but also the organizations behind those channels are as interconnected in how we deliver that service, and hence the critical aspect around how do we collaborate as banks, as fintechs, as telecos to protect the customer journey when they are doing their transactions, because we know they will start in bank, but they will end up in a mobile wallet. So collaboration.
Thank you. Japhet?
Yeah, mine is just, first of all, to call upon everyone here to just pick some of the learnings that we have picked today, whereby at the point of designing our services and product, we should put this cybersecurity in the middle, and understanding that our ecosystem, since we live as one ecosystem of many different players, that the weakest link is always what we need to make sure that is more protected, because we are strong as an ecosystem as the weakest within that ecosystem. So we need to work together. Again, just to pick some ones from Diana, collaboration will be very important, whether in technology or even in human vulnerability protection.
Right, thank you, Japhet. MacGyver, then I'll conclude with Kenneth.
Firstly, mine is to say thank you for being around and for listening to us. However, my parting shot would be protect your information with your life, protect your SIM card with your life. Vigilance is extremely important, and vigilance starts with you. We can only do so much, but it comes down to you. Thank you.
Thank you, MacGyver, and then Kenneth finally.
Thank you, Joe. I think my parting shot would be more on suggesting that as executives, let's allow the CTOs, the chief security officers, to do their jobs. Many times, because we are at certain levels, we want full access to the system, and you don't even know why you need it. Yeah, you're a chief executive and you want to be able to access the entire system. Let's allow them do their jobs. Let's allow them to implement the principle of least privilege. You only given what you need, and if you don't need it, you don't actually need it. So let them do their jobs. I think that will go a long way in allowing them to implement their cybersecurity strategies. Lastly, we talked about cross-sector information and intelligence sharing. I think it will be an opportunity for me to talk about something called the Anti-Fraud Consortium, which is something that has come together. I think it's two associations that have come together. Uganda Bankers Association and the Payment Service Providers Association have come together and created this platform. It's a platform that allows the entire sector to share intelligence. So in case there's a suspicion of fraud, you can onboard on it and actually share this information. Maybe we've not done a good job in creating awareness about it, but I think it's something we need to inform the sector about. It allows you to really share all forms of information. It also has a steering committee where we have UCC, FIA, and Bank of Uganda sit on it and a steering committee, and really just get interested in it. It's online, get yourselves interested in it, and it will allow us to really share information regarding fraud. I submit.
All right, thank you very much, my panelists. Those are good submissions. Really, if I'm to sum it up, you've mentioned so much about KYC processes, law enforcement, capacity building in that dimension, ecosystem approach, full journey monitoring, building a digital culture to make our awareness efforts more profitable, more productive, and then, of course, the collaboration aspect. I think that brings us to the end of our panel discussion. I want to thank you for sitting still and listening, never an easy job, but also to thank my panelists for doing the level best to give us as much information as possible. We've taken a bit of time, but anything that is people-facing, just know this is where the real people are, real money. Of course, discussions will go on and on. Thank you very much. I think let's clap for our panelists. Asanteni sana, and have a nice afternoon. Back to you, Michael. Oh, I'm still giving out gifts. Okay, for your efforts, ladies and gentlemen, Michael and the organizers have been kind enough to give us some gifts. Jafet?
Jafet, wait a bit for a group photo. Jafet, wait a bit for a group photo. Okay. For UCC, it was assumed these are your things, work with them. So let's have a group photo and. Can we give this panel a round of applause? I had promised 4. I have gone past my promise. But allow me to recognize our sponsors that have made today and tomorrow worth it. So let's put together and thank Tawaco for investing in this conference. Tawaco, please be upstanding for recognition. MTN Uganda. Thank you. Rock. Airtel Uganda. C Squared. And then Renu. Thank you. So allow me invite the leadership of Tawaco to come and say 1 or 2 things, why this is of interest to you as we bring this to a close.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. I know our time is fast spent, so I'll just take at most 5-10 minutes. all protocol observed. Honor and privilege to have been part of this inaugural conference for the cybersecurity. My name is Harold Luzinda. I'm from TAC of Africa. I'll just talk a little bit about TAC of Africa just for the benefit of everyone. So TAC of Africa is an infrastructure company. It started operations in this country about 5 years ago in 2021. We do, in layman's language, we build those masts that you see all over the country. And those masts do host telecommunications equipment. This far, we have been building a mast at a time, and we've amassed just about 800 towers to date and still growing. And we are hosting about 1,300 players, telecom players. That will range from Airtel, MTN, the ISPs, and the rest. Looking at our contribution within the ecosystem of telecommunication, when we looked at the statistics earlier in the day, we recognized that we have about 47.5 million subscribers using telecommunications services. We have about just over 5,000 masts in the country. So when you take an estimate, every mast is serving about 9,000 subscribers. With our 800 towers, we are currently serving and reaching about just over 7 million Ugandans. That is not small, and we do not take that for granted, that we are serving about 7 million subscribers. In that regard, we are extending or helping the telecom players extend coverage to areas that are not reachable in this country. We've contributed towards one of the government's SDGs of closing the digital divide, and we've done that quite responsibly, integrating cybersecurity within our operations. One of our key pillars is ensuring that we build this infrastructure in a manner that is shareable by the telecom players. When we do that, we eliminate instances of duplication, and that means that we reduce on the exposure. You have fewer towers, shareable by many, you reduce the instances of exposure. We believe that more connectivity with fewer physical vulnerabilities is a key driver to growth while ensuring that we are secure from all perspectives. We've incorporated a secured approach in driving our infrastructure growth to support the telecom players extend network across the country. And we've taken certain key steps within our operations to ensure that we achieve the key value proposition of cybersecurity. One, we run a controlled and a regulated access system to our sites. Two, physical security and surveillance is part and parcel of our operations. Three, protection of telecommunications equipment and the assets at the sites. And then lastly, we have a secure monitoring access and management system. What does this help us to achieve? We believe that security starts with a physical layer as we extend and provide communication services. Thirdly, we have also looked at and integrated as part of our operation the aspect of resilience, sustainability, and network uptime. We've incorporated into our networks power backup systems that are resilient, redundancy and contingency planning, 24-hour monitoring and preventive maintenance, rapid incident response, and service restoration. We believe that cyber resilience means maintaining availability for the networks. Innovation and future readiness. Every day, technology is evolving, and we, as TAC of Africa, are saying we will evolve with the changing times. And therefore, as part of our operations, we've integrated in it efficient energy management and sustainable infrastructure. We have evolved. With our infrastructure, we are giving technology-ready setups. We're also saying, let us transition to smart and remote monitoring systems. And lastly, we have automation and predictive maintenance. We're no longer just going to be relying on human labor. We are just saying, let us automate. Let us have predictive maintenance. Let us collect data that can tell us beforehand, before issues or incidences happen, let us proactively attend to those issues. We believe that security must revolve with technology. Last but not least, everybody has been mentioning collaboration. Everybody has been talking about resilience and building trust. We are within the ecosystem of telecommunications services. We are the backbone of telecommunications infrastructure as a tower company. But we do not work alone. And so, partnering with reliable partners is critical to our business operations. With this, we've extended security requirements to all our partners and suppliers. We do carry out due diligence of critical third-party players. We do incident notification and escalation mechanisms. We have those in place. And lastly, we do ensure business continuity and disaster recovery requirements. Security is not only strong, is only strong as the ecosystem that is supporting it. Therefore, as TAC of Africa, the key pillars of collaboration and resilience within operations to ensure that our customers are entrusted with business at the forend is at the core of our business operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tawako, and I can assure you the same platform will be made available to the other sponsors, and tomorrow I'll ensure that there was a bit back to back, and looking at that time, I honestly want to say we bring this to a close now. But we've had, I want to believe, a fruitful day. Right from the time we started with an amazing keynote address. And like I said, to the organizers, the team at UCC, you couldn't have found a better keynote speaker than the Governor Bank of Uganda. So well done on that choice. To the panel, I think the conversation that happened, plenary one, where we had the three speakers from the different agencies, it was evident that the three were saying the same thing, different context. And at one time, it felt like probably we could have had one big presentation talking about the landscape, but it was good to know and appreciate that the data was actually the same, that we are speaking to the same things, and therefore they are the same issues. But it was a good lesson, it was a good engagement. Again, Christine and the team, Johnson, as well as Andrew from police, thank you very much for leading us on that. The next one was, I think, even more exciting, where cyber compliance to executive, led by Liquid, a CEO, Michael Mukasa, a very technical but again palatable, that anybody could consume and enjoy the session. Telecommunications at the Center of National Cyber Resilience was our first afternoon session, and again, very informative. The final one was preparing for a more secure digital future by protecting digital financial services, addressing social engineering, SIM swaps, and account takeover. Very, very informative. Ladies and gentlemen, with your permission, allow me to bring day one to a close. For staying this long, you have a cup of tea or coffee, but I also invite you to go through the exhibition that is outside, engage a little bit. If you live outside the country called Kampala, you can as well stay here a little bit longer, because the further you go, I'll end it here, otherwise I may be beaten by some of those that are out of this country called Kampala. But thank you very much. I hope today has been a fruitful day, and at exactly 4:32, I bring this to a close. Tomorrow we'll start at exactly 9 a.m. Thank you, and have a great evening. God bless.